indicate that he is virtually sweeping that region as well. It is a moment of celebration for many of his supporters here in the northern region, as well as the northeast region, we are told. And for many people, this is obvious. This is where Bawumia comes from, the northern and northeast region. And so it was always expected that he will be carrying these two regions. As we speak, voting has ended. Counting is still underway. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's ballots have already been counted, over 700 votes for him, out of about a little over 900 votes that are expected to be cast in this polling station. Overall, it's been a very peaceful day across all the centers that we have visited today, and security was very tight, but despite the 1,302 police personnel who were deployed across the entire region, 19 polling centers, they virtually had nothing to do. And you are just witnessing the wrapping up of counting here at the Jubilee Park for Tamale Central Center. The peaceful atmosphere you are seeing here is a reflection of what we had across all the centers in the region. And like I indicated earlier, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has swept virtually every polling center here in the northern region. We are getting results from the northeast region as well, and he has swept the Diagaba, for example, certain candidates scoring 0. And Bawumia is expected across these two regions to win. He grew up partly in Tamale. He is from the northeast region, and so it was always expected that for these two regions he was always going to win the election. So on this note, I want to wrap up proceedings here in the northern region and to hand over back to you in Accra and to say see you in a few months' time.
Reaching straight to the office of the former vice president, who is also part of the 5 contesting to become the flag bearer of the NPP ahead of the 2028 general election. We earlier picked comments from him from his office there. Now, obviously expected to move out of his office to the party headquarters. Yes, they're moving to the party headquarters now, and these are supporters, or his supporters. His supporters, they're very happy, excited. He was briefed by the team and the lead of the team, and in summary, he was told that he's in the lead, and it's going to be near impossible for any change to occur. So that's him driving out from his office, heading towards the NPP headquarters in Asylum Down. That's where the major announcements will be made, and then subsequently we'll hear from the flag bearer-elect. If you're just joining us, it's our live coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. It started this morning, and we're almost home dry. Almost. We're seeing pictures now from the office of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Welcome back, and this is GBC News. This is also GTV. If you're on Facebook, it's the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. If you're on the internet, it's gbsghanaonline.com. My name is George Sapo. We've been with you from morning all the way till now, and we're going to leave you when everything is said and done with the exercise going on concerning the NPP presidential primaries. Voting started, as I stated earlier, this morning at 7, ended at 2. And so far, we almost have all the results coming in, and I'm sure if you've been following us on various platforms of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, including on television, you have a clear indication who is leading and who is winning, waiting for the official announcement from the Electoral Commission, which will be made at the party head office of the NPP in Asalam Down. Our guests are still here with us. I have Senior here, I have Emmanuel here, and then I have George here. They are all members of the New Patriotic Party. And we've been talking about the NPP, we've been talking about the exercise and what has been going on so far. I was talking earlier with George AEC before we went for Morris's report, and then the office of Dr. Mahmoud Bamia, getting comments also from him. We're talking about the candidates. We've so far talked about Kobne Japan, we've talked about Brian Champon, we've talked about Dr. Richum. Relative to talk about the two, we started with Kennedy Japan, and we started with George there because George is in Kent's team. Should I say you look disappointed, or
my spirit is down?
Your spirit is down. Yeah. You were telling us that this wasn't expected. You're so confident.
Yes, very confident. Yeah. But unfortunately, this is what has happened. We are one family. We thought our candidate was going to be the obvious choice going into 2028. But unfortunately, or fortunately, the delegates have almost decided otherwise. And which otherwise they want tradition goes on. Okay.
Exactly.
Yes,
it's like the trend I told you about. The trend. The trend.
And George, we were being is it bold, defiantly bold for I don't know. You know why? Because it's the same structure that elected the candidate just 2 years ago, 2023, yes, 3 years ago. And it's the same structure that has been brought top-down approach for the same, So when the candidates didn't object to that, then I said, well, it's going to be difficult, especially when they've expanded it by adding former MMDCs. You get it? And former members of parliament, all of them now delegates. In fact, beyond this, we are going to even expand the polling station by 2. You get it, to make it 7 instead of the normal 5. But that one, I think they decided it's going to be done after this primary. So I think the delegates have spoken, and they've spoken clearly. The other advantage that maybe the election of Dr. Baumia may add for the MPP maybe that the NDC is going to come up with a new face. You get it? It's going to come up. And I think that message went out to the delegates well. You get it? Because if my candidate had been chosen, it means the 2 people, fresh faces and co. But we thought and believed that the popularity of our candidate, was going to do the magic for the party. But the party people thought, no, we need to go, tradition goes on. So they sent him the first time, let's send him again. Some have said that certain pronouncement by my candidate might also be, in fact, Musa Dankwa did state that the video, can I go? Let me go to okay, okay.
Let's go back to Kennedy Japan's office and get some reaction. His supporters at Kennedy Japan's office in Shiashi. Of Kennedy Japan there. And that's him.
Yes. That's Jojo
Rocky. Jojo Rocky. He was the director of elections?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Is it a director of election or director of anti-rigging?
No, director of election. That was part of it.
All right.
Coming in thick and fast, and so he has come out to address the media somehow, and his supporters are cheering him on and clapping for him. Some of the comments you can hear people say is he is still our president and the presidency is not over yet. You have currently in your shot the Honorable Ken Ohene Ejapon, who has joined us to address the media.
I wasn't seeing. It's okay. It's okay.
gentlemen of the media, Honorable Kanohine Japan, His Excellency has a short word for all of you. And so please let all of us be calm and listen to him, please. So we just want to give him the opportunity to address the entire nation, address members of the New Patriotic Party through your medium. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Kennedy was saying, Kennedy was saying,
Thank you. Choboy. 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 I want to take this opportunity to thank Tim Ken for the wonderful work you've done. I mean, we all admit we work hard, but God's time is the best. He knows what is good for us. I know most of you are dejected. You have to keep your spirit up, because once we have life, we have everything. So don't be dejected. And the advice I give is, I have taken it coolly, because in politics, you can win, you can lose. Anytime I speak to you guys and tell you, we can win, we can lose, you say, oh, win, win. But I'm a veteran politician, so I know. I've gone through several defeats, and therefore I cushioned myself and expected the worst. And the worst has happened. But the worst doesn't mean that is the end of life.
Yes.
So keep faith alive.
Yes.
And be happy with the outcome. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? So I'm pleading with all of you not to do anything. We have to stay calm. We believe in the party. The delegates have spoken. We have to take it. That's the advice I want to give all of us. We don't know what is in store for us tomorrow. So especially the Team Ken, the good work that you've done. I want to show my appreciation. And at an appropriate time, we will meet and dine together.
Yes.
What I want to say again is that do not use this against anybody in the party. Once they have decided, let's all come together as party members and work together.
We want you. No can, no vote. No can, no vote. No can, no vote.
You should all relax. You should all relax. I know we have 3 years to go. Who knows what will happen? So I want you to be patient. Don't say that no can, no vote. So if it had been Ken, what would other contestants, supporters have said? So no can, no vote should be out. Let's come together as one people. But at an appropriate time, you see how things unfold. Don't worry. God will take care of you.
Okay. Okay.
God will take care of you. He knows today was going to come. We didn't know. But God that created us knew today will definitely come to pass. We have experienced that in 2023.
So today is no different. So I'm begging you, stay calm. There's a lot of food. Go in there, eat. We have champagne, wine, beer. Eat what you can eat. And let's see what tomorrow has for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so that just gone is the Honorable Ken Ohene Ejapon, who clearly wants his followers to stay put. He's mentioned how this is not the end of the road and that he wants all his followers, all his supporters, he literally meant Team Ken, remain calm because you don't know what tomorrow holds for you. You don't know what tomorrow brings. He also encouraged his team not to say because he did not get the nod from the delegate, they are not voting CAM 2028. By all means, he wants them to remain optimistic and commit to the party Npp and be sure that something good will come of it in the future or in the shortest possible future. And one other thing he said clearly that I found really very interesting is the fact that he's a veteran politician and he's tasted defeats, also has had some wins under his belt, and so this does not take anything away from him. Really, this is Ken Ohene Ejapon advising his team and his followers to commit to the Npp and be hopeful that all will be well. Coming to you from the party office of the Honorable Ken Ohene Ejapon, this is Darrell Alantego. Thank you very much for joining us here.
All right, welcome back. So you heard from Kennedy Ejapon from his party office in Chiashi. You also earlier heard from Dr. Mahmoud Baumia from his party office. I'm sure by now we're all getting the indications as to what's happening and who is in the lead and who will finally be declared as the flag bearer for the New Patriotic Party ahead of the 2028 general election. It's going to be in 2028. Earlier when we started this conversation, there was a particular trend I put across. Then Dr. Bonfer was with us. I'm going to go through that trend again, and it looks like that's exactly what has happened. That if you look at the Npp presidential primaries over the years, from 1992. In 1992, Edu Boahin contested with Dr. Janice Salbi. And then Edu Boahin had 56.6%, Doc had 17.3%. And then in 1996, Edu Boahin contested with former President Kufuor. Former President Kufuor won, had 51.99%. Edu Boahin was 35.70%. This was the whole conversation that generated a lot of controversy, though. But let's move on. And then in 1998, all right, let's just hold on this one. Let's go back to the party office. I'll come back with this particular trend again. Let's go back to the party office. We'll be talking to Maurice Ogbete, who's standing by at the Npp head office in Asalamda. Maurice, over to you.
Campaign o, candidate A o, B o, C o, D o, E o, Ene, Asa. Ejumane si. Ene fitine eko eye Npp. Ene ye contenders. Abatro anke iti se ka. Anka mi wajidye ewa Ghana fomu se anka omo reverse 2024 elections. Nanso eti se flight. Etu ane eko. Ne aka 2 years, 11 months. Ye ko abatu obiom. Ye fi ha mi pacho ye ni campi biom. Ye wa one united party, the New Patriotic Party. Ye main contenders enye ye ho ya ni NDC for house to house ni enti nimi kunim come 2028. Eye NDC for any MPP, any MPP, ni MPP. Internal contest no abewiye nti mesremo ye firi a ye nko unite ye ho ye ni camps biom MPP come 2028 ni entimi nkoji tuminu every abaibone we ho and school fees is under disguise of PTA dues medamo nyina se
She rado, she rado, she rado. Patriotic party, we are the new. Patriotic party, the elephant, and we the same. We shall wait to save Ghana. The elephant is, and we the same. We shall wait to save Ghana. We shall wait to save Ghana. We shall wait to save Ghana. The elephant is, and we the same. We shall wait to save Ghana. The elephant is. Anti-Rita. Oh boy! Joe boy! Energy! Yo! She rado, she rado. She rado, the national treasure of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Jamina, aka Dr. China, the national second vice chairman. Yediko, Yabesedi Biom, Yedikunim, Yediko, Yabesedi Biom. Abraham, Yediko, Yabesedi Biom. Yes, the organizer of Canada. The diaspora phone now mufri approach by wave yourself, let the people see you, You did well. DJ, announcements. Yabes Ramon, DJ, announcement. Yabes Mo amode mo cast. a blocking entrance no any road ni nyina ya besrem ahobrase mu a obi anyi ni kan free ho anwumrei party headquarters are expecting panimfu atotwo huro bebre ene da pon kase de ma MPP eti ya besrem ahobrase mu wo a wonim se wo car sa street here da yanim ha idea ya mpese obi abepake car bia wo ho eti wonim se wa pake wo car e wo street here da yanim ha obuo ni ahobrase mu ya besrem ya mpesa ya be ma security for no abaha obi adwene eti yesra woti announcement na wo car esi street mu ba bia yesra mu that car is not allowed to be parked there yebesra mu obi moving the car free ho empanifo bebre eba empanifo bebre Samia Uku is in the house. Honorable Samia Uku is in the house.
That's right. That's right. MPP will say yeah. MPP will say yeah. MPP oh yeah. Say boys in Brea, boys say Didi. Yeah, I've seen my brother Miracles. Miracles. Tico with articulator engine. Miracle. Tico with articulator engine. Yes. Masters. Here it is not about phobia. It is not about Santikotoko. It is about MPP. Anameboa. Mr. DJ. MPP Edin Kunim. Wediko. Obese di biom. Wedin Kunim. Wediko. Obese di biom. Yes. Ghana Police, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You did well. Thank you so much. You did well. Thank you so much. The invisible commander. Yedin Kulim, Yediko, Yebese di biom. Yedin Kulim, Yediko, Yebese di biom. Yedin Kulim, Yediko, Yebese di biom. The second vice chairperson, Yenina Yamami Matalata, congratulations, Wabo Juma. A member of the election committee, Wabo Juma. The national treasure of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Damina, aka Dr. China, Wabo Juma. Chairman Push the Mic, Chairman Buga Buga. You did well. National organizer. The national organizer. Nana B. Wabo Juma. Still maintain the general secretary of the New Patriotic Party. Lawyer Justin Kodia. Let's welcome Honorable Adrian Blancy, former mayor of Greater Accra and member of the Council of Elders of the party. We welcome you, sir. Please wave the flag, wave the MPP flag, MPP Edin Kunim, wave it, wave the flag. That's right, that's right, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yes. The former General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party. The former General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Honorable John Bodu, the former General Secretary. You are welcome. Npp Edu Kuni. We have only one party. It is the New Patriotic Party. It is the New Patriotic Party.
Who has joined us to address the media.
All right, welcome back. And those are pictures coming from the office or the headquarters of the NPP, waiting for that major announcement to be made. The Electoral Commission is going to make that announcement, and obviously we'll be hearing from the flag bearer-elect for the NPP. I'm going to move to Georgia. You see, again, we're talking before we went for that break. And I was giving a trend.
Yes.
Let me go through the trend and we can. Yes. So in 1992, Edu Boahin and then Dr. Selby, Edu Boahin had 56.6%, Doc 17.3%. 1996, former President Kufuor, together with Edu Boahin, former President Kufuor won with 51.99%, and then Edu Boahin had 35.70%. In 1998, former President Kufuor, 64.6%. He contested with Kufuor, and then Kufuor had 31.64%. Then in 2007, former President Kufuor was done with his 2 years. So it's 2 terms, actually. So Kufuor contested with Alan Shermanton, and then Kufuor had 47.97%, Alan Shermanton 32.30%. Now, this was a very keen one in Legon. At the end of the day, Alan Shermanton voluntarily had to step down for Kufuor.
His biggest political mistake.
Yes, biggest political mistake. Oh, okay, really?
Yes, for Alan.
In 2007 when he took that decision.
Yes.
Okay.
The biggest political mistake. Politician, you don't do that.
You don't do that. Okay,
So you think that they should have still continued with it?
they should have gone for the second round. Yeah, the round off. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you cannot.
Okay.
I think it's an internal thing, and he understands what
No.
is being done. So
That made
it wasn't
that
bad
put him
if he-
in for the
But
rest.
I mean, if you're picking from what George is saying today, you see that
Yes.
that didn't actually help him out.
It was the worst
So, but do you
mistake
think that if he had
a
allowed
politician would have done.
for them to go into the race, he would have immediately.
No, but he would have, the whole thing would have been clear.
Well, I mean, this,
Yes.
okay.
Then people.
Then
would-
there was an opportunity in 2010. Former President Kufuor and then Alan Shermanton. And this time around, former President Kufuor beat Alan Shermanton hands down, 78.89% for former President Kufuor, and Alan Shermanton 19.91%. And then in 2014, again, President Kufuor went with Alan Shermanton. This time around, convincing 94.35%, and then Alan Shermanton had 4.7%. Now, if you're following the trend, if you realize former President Kufuor In 1996, former President Kufuor. In 1998. Now, in 2007 was former President Kufuor. 2010, former President Kufuor. 2014, former President Kufuor. Now, former President Kufuor won on his second time that he contested. Former President Kufuor won on the third time that he contested. And all of them have got one thing in common. They maintained that ticket, be it 2 years or 3 years. Then come 2023. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 61.4%, and then Kennedy Japan, 31% in 2023. Now, earlier when we were talking with my guest, Dr. Bonfe was also here. My question was whether that same trend will continue, looking at what has happened in the past for the NPP primaries, and also knowing very well that the NPP party itself is a conservative party that sticks to tradition and sticks to how they do things. Interestingly, it seems that they are continuing with that trend and that tradition. We're just waiting for that announcement, but if you follow the trend, you could see exactly what's happening in there. But George raised an interesting question when I talked about this earlier, that if this is the trend, then it might not be good for them, that's the MTP in 2028. But then there was another response to that that says that, well, the dynamics will not be the same because this time around they're having a totally new person who is going to contest for the ticket of the NDC, which might work well for the NPP. We're waiting to see how things will pan out. But from what we're seeing now, and per the trend I've given you, it looks like it's following that particular trend for the NPP. Yes, George.
Yes, thank you. I think the conservative, as we are, they've decided to go the traditional way. And traditionally, Dr. Bawumia is the likely candidate to be declared the victor of today's primaries. And, you know, that is the MPP for you. We want to send him and hoping that he will do the magic in the 2028 election. And as said, there's about 3 years preparation, you get it. And so whatever disaffection, bitterness, pain, whatever any of the parties within will harbor, 3 years will be enough time to purge yourselves of those things. And then the candidate, the winner, will extend an olive branch to all of them to come on board. As we said earlier, the optics are very important in this whole fray. That it should be seen that those who lost are solidly with the winner and sell that message or picture to the Ghanaian people, the delegates one, and then the Ghanaian people, and then the delegates, the party, and then the Ghanaian people, so that ultimately in 2028, when we go for the election, the primary objective of any political party is to win political power and implement its programs and policies for the benefit or to the benefit of the people. So that's good. The delegates seem to say this is the way we want to go, conservative. Then two, the appearance of Honorable Ken at his campaign headquarters or our campaign headquarters, and then his commentaries. I was happy with his demeanor. He's accepting that there was the possibility of winning or losing. And so he had psyched himself for either of the two, even though he didn't automatically accept and congratulate the potential winner. He's holding his guns still. The Electoral Commission does the declaration. Then I believe he can take up the phone and call His Excellency, the Vice President, in the event he's declared the winner, to congratulate him. And that is good for the party cohesion and camaraderie. So that is what we need to be excited about. So far, the demeanor of all the parties that we've seen on TV so far, the Bawumia camp at their campaign headquarters, the Ken camp at our campaign headquarters, sends positive signals that whatever be the ultimate outcome, they will accept it. You get it, and then hope to work together in the good and interest of the NPP. That I'm excited about.
Okay, let's go to Upper East and talk to Peter Gingre, who's our correspondent there. Peter, good evening to you and over to you.
I will introduce and come. Okay.
Hello, Peter. Peter.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm coming from the Bokatanga Central constituency. We are currently at the party office, the regional party office of the NPP. Some of the delegates have even come here to jubilate and go back. Some of their agents are also trooping in with some of the results from the various constituencies across the Upper East region. From the figures I have sent to you earlier, you realize that all the candidates are doing well, but of course, one candidate is doing more in the Upper East region. And you realize that provisional results available to us from the Electoral Commission this morning or this afternoon indicates that in the Bongo constituency, Kennedy Ejapon had 71 votes, and Brian Achampon making 193. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia getting 364 votes. Dr. Educhum, the former education minister, making getting 5 votes. And Kwamina Japan also managed to get 1 vote from the Bongo constituency. These are some of the provisional results coming from the Electoral Commission, or even from the various constituencies, until the Electoral Commission finally declares, give us the final declaration of the results. But this is what is happening in the Upper East. We are still getting some of the results coming in. And one surprising thing is what is coming from the Kusu or in the Boku constituency, where Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is making surprises, and of course is really making surprises, and is leading some of the policies or even the electoral or the constituencies. And so we want to engage the regional chairman of the party in the person of lawyer Anthony Namor. He has just gotten here, and I want to engage him to tell us his impressions so far about the results.
Thank you very much. Today has been a great day for the party. You know, there was a lot of hue and cry. I managed to visit 7 constituencies today, including Boku Central, Binduri, and Zabila. 8 constituencies in all because of time constraint. And everywhere was peaceful. The whole region, we had about 90% voter turnout, or close to 91% voter turnout. And that was massive, even though we would have wished that we got a better. This is a family affair. There's no winner, there's no loser. We are all winners. And you could see that even the candidates who didn't come to the region, who didn't even have coordinators, they managed to get votes. So you see that there were less zeros across the region. So that shows that because it was a family affair, the votes were distributed. It is now, so I use this opportunity to thank the delegates for coming out in their numbers to vote. Even though I thought we could have gotten 97% voter turnout, some people were in school, others have passed. So obviously, you should expect the voter register is quite old now. So we are happy, and we also thank the journalists for the role you played. There was no sensationalization on your part. You are reporting accurate information. We also thank the police service, the military, for especially escorting our people to Boko. We never had any incident. As early as 5 a.m., yes. So the military and the police were ready to do that. In the coastal area, yes. Binduri, Boko, Pusiga, and Garo, how did you see the situations over there? Yes, of course, the naysayers were all over the place, preaching that there will be a Armageddon in those areas if people came out to vote in a particular way. But the security and the party did its best to ensure that they were not given the chance, because people were holding petrol looking for fire, but the fire was not provided. And we commend the security and the party for the way we manage it. So for the Boku zone in particular, no incident was reported. Whatever intelligence we gathered, we made sure that the military and the police were informed in advance, and they have vetted all these things. So no wonder everything went smooth, and I'm sure all the candidates got appreciable votes there. And I think, as I said, it is the party that has won and not any individual. No, there's no loser in this contest. All of us are winners. And we'll congratulate everybody for the show. They have oiled the party machinery. And I'm sure...
Chairman, we'll definitely be engaging you later for our subsequent bulletin. Because of want of time, we want to quickly finish up with the MCE or former MCE for Boku Central. You voted.
Oh, yes, I voted. It's a must for me. My candidate has won massively in my constituency. My candidate has won. And so you can imagine the euphoria surrounding his victory. I have constantly told the people of Baku that we should stand by Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. He's the only man who can give us victory in 2028. I stood by him when he was selected as a running mate to His Excellency, former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and we will stand by him till he becomes the next president of the Republic of Ghana. And so, in the case of Baku, I don't think there's much problem. I have been engaged in organizing elections since 2010 election in Baku. As a former party secretary for 8 years in Baku, I know the terrain and I know what is happening. So there's no surprises at all.
Thank you very much. Amadou Hamza is the former MC for Boko Central. And so we'll be wrapping up, but inside this building, these are some of the executives of the party. They are here waiting and then receiving some of the figures from the various constituencies across the Upper East region. The research, is it a research director? He is here with some of the colleagues here, the constituency executives from the various areas in the Upper East region. And so we'll continue to monitor and bring you some of the happenings from the Upper East region, and then bring up to speed what is happening in the Upper East region as far as the NPP presidential primary is concerned. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Peter, for your reports in there. We're getting back in the studio here to continue our discussion concerning the NPP presidential primaries and what we are waiting for that announcement coming from the national headquarters of the New Patriotic Party. Our guests are still here with us. Georgia is here with us. Ima is also here with us, and then Senor is also here with us. George, again, you were speaking before. Yes.
Yes. So I said I was excited with the demeanor of all the candidates that were shown on TV. After the way the trend is going, the results, especially Honorable Ken Ohene Japan. I like the tone and the language he used. It tells us that he's going to be receptible to the final outcome. That is very important for the MPP, the unity going forward, because this is an internal affair, and we need to be one party going into the main election in 2028. And so this is just but the beginning. Let's see when the final decision, results is declared, his response, his congratulatory message to the winner, and then the magnanimity of the winner, and then extension of olive branch to the others to come on board. So we go, that this is a family affair. I pray that people do not begin to tag others within that, you know, you were not with us, you are not there, and co. We are doing the bigger project after this one. That is what is important. At the end of the day, it's the elephant family. People have traveled all the way from the diaspora, the United States, the United Kingdom, South Africa, and they are here to vote because proxy didn't work. And so, yes, they've spent money and time. They will go back and tell the story and then make their contribution towards the major elections. I'm happy for the MPP. We are the ultimate winner as a party. So let's take it. I'm happy. I wouldn't want to congratulate anyone yet. You get it? I wouldn't want to congratulate anyone yet. But the results so far, the neck to neck between Brian and then my candidate is what is surprising me.
Yeah. Okay.
But the strategy used by Brian, I knew he was going to cost, but I didn't know he was going to get there. This is where I think Musa Dankwa didn't get it so far. You get it. He got the main one.
He got the bill, but he didn't get this one.
The third position, he gave him 13%, but the guy is waiting 20%.
All right. Before I come to Emmanuel Mensah, let's go back to the NPP headquarters and join Gifty. Hello, Gifty.
And welcome to the national headquarters of the new Petro. Oh my God! There's so much excitement here, and yes, we are coming to you from the party headquarters of the national, the New Patriotic Party. And as you can see, there's so much excitement here as the delegates and members of the NPP wait the arrival of the presidential candidate-elect, Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia. But before his arrival, you can see how the place is charged up. Hi, good evening, your brother.
This election, Bawumia will win and win again. We like Bawumia so much, so even number 3, you people should vote for number 3, the next coming president.
What's your name?
My name is Farouk Rukaya.
I can see you're really excited.
Yes, please.
Okay. What will you tell us? What makes you so excited about this presidential primary?
Oh, I want everyone to vote for Bawumia so that he could be the next coming president.
Thank you. So these. Yes. As you can see.
NPP kuo Arade ayeye nyina yiye nti ya dia sida be merade Bawumia na ba onu so ye party ba wa brebi obi so brebi bade nyina no asumdwe ana ye nyina ye pe because of our mind Ghana nti eti mo ye nyina ye nya ya no ba kom na ye for odo na ye tetire no NPP kuo no na ye nyina ye ntumi ntim 2028. Yes,
thank you. So it's a bit loud in here, so it's a bit difficult to hear, but we'll manage. What's your name?
But your friend Faustina.
Me who's a Weniajianka.
Hey, sister. And then he said, the Indian Rose, so then you remember trading for Yankopon. And no, that you do time the year. Kayani has said, no, fine. I couldn't say, one a benna, Papa Yana, the doctor, Mahum Bawumia. I need to say, so they say, Abasana from Ma. Yanina, that's never my name.
Thank you so much. And so these are live pictures and interviews from the party headquarters of the NPP. Short while about officially, he will be declared winner of today's presidential primary.
All right, welcome back. So that was the party head office there, and Gifty J coming away with the reports. Ima, Kere Japan, his performance and all that, everything development towards him. Yeah.
You know, this is a night to remember. And it's a night to remember for various, reasons. For both, the positives and the negatives. And I think it all comes together, to say, yes, as a campaign, there has been lessons, learned. As to whether those lessons can be transferred to future, potential individuals, that is another, subject, to be discussed. When we spoke while we're on Kennedy, just to digress, here for a moment, and Brian, I think kudos to him, and indeed he has proven that he had, a strategy, in place, as I indicated earlier. And in fact, that strategy, from what I have seen, based off on the numbers, reported, so far, it's taken almost, about 10, constituencies away from, Kennedy, which again really has become probably unexpected, to the Kennedy team, and George, may allude, to that fact. For the DMB, camp, of course, 29 constituencies were taken away from Kennedy, as well, giving, the DMB camp, a net gain of about, or net positive of 26. So, and I'm comparing this, to 2023, which again, goes to buttress the point that Honorable Kennedy really has been really severely wounded, in terms of his quest, to attain, the flag bearership. Nonetheless, as much as, all of these numbers does not go to his favor, again, of the belief I indicated, and I still emphasize on that he came out just a moment ago to really, speak to his, support base, let them know that all is not lost yet. It's an election, and it's an internal contest. We still have a lot that is ahead of us, which is the bigger, picture there. Yeah. But while it may be, a desire of him to become the ultimate, flag bearer, and it didn't go that way, he has, that, respect of mind, to say, from his, presentation or speaking to the audience there, he was quite, sober, really talking to, the people. And those behind, Ken must really reflect on the words that, he did, issue that brief, conversation, with them. I think that it all, boils down, to how willing those behind, Ken are able to really encourage him, push him, through that. Yes, to his words, all may not be lost, but we're still, here, and we're in this, for life. At the end of the day, it is the, NPP, which is the ultimate, winner here. But how do we really push you to ensure that you push the NPP to get to where we want to be in 2028? So a lot of numbers, have gone negatively or impacted, Kennedy negatively. But I think that, of course, his handlers who have been behind him from the onset up until this moment, there has to be a lot of questions, asked. How did we miss, this? Considering the prediction, whether, those were scientific or they were prophetic, at least they were predictions that were made. How did we believe in these, predictions and not really had any slightest, idea that something wasn't quite, right? So in the ballroom, internal, I would say, reflection or retrospective, thoughts on everything that has transpired, I think that they must, begin to look at where those loopholes, were, and how, they can be able to moving, forward, help the party in its entirety or the party, generally. So, George, I would say, while we're talking about, Ken and what he has done, I must give, commendation to, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia. Also, he spoke before, Honorable Ken, did.
You know, the assurance, you know, was there about what he anticipates, you know, as we're moving, you know, forward as a party. He said, this is our journey, our journey together. This is not an individual, you know, win, but it's collectively, you know, our journey. How do we, you know, ensure that truly this reflects as, you know, our journey, and those that may have not been directly involved in the, you know, DMB, you know, camp can really work their way, you know, out and be part of this, give all their best to ensure that we all can really reflect on this, you know, win as our win, and then work even harder than we have done, you know, in the past. So a long way, you know, to go. You know, soon the announcement will be made, and we will know officially, even though we know at this point, but in terms of the percentage.
Yeah.
Earlier, I'd mentioned that I was expecting at least a 67%, you know, as a win, you know, but I would, you know, consider we are not, you know, going to get that. Am I disappointed? I certainly, you know, I am to some extent, because I was, you know, looking forward to this being a resounding, you know, victory for the party, not just for, you know, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia, but a resounding, you know, win for the party, so that this statement would have been a significant one. Nonetheless, we have won, I would say, the DMB camp, and kudos to every single, you know, individual, you know, who have done work and, you know, brought the campaign to where it is, you know, at this, you know, point. George, myself, and the rest that are really, you know, the cheerleaders, you know, here, we must begin to look at the chorus we're going to sing. The singing, you know, such chorus is going to be important to ensure that all of us are singing from the same, you know, hymn book. And I am certain that eventually it will come out to be good or great for all of us in our quest, you know, to win 2028. So thank you. I think, George, you know, good luck next time. I know that this is, you know, for all of us. And of course, you know, some of you who are really, you know, level-headed, you know, here should have that opportunity to sit down with Honorable Ken and say, you know, in the Akan, you know, proverb, say, Bema beyebi, wan beyeni na, you know, he has certainly put his best, you know, foot forward. You have pushed, you know, him, and here we are. The result speaks for itself. Whatever, you know, it is, we're all in this together, and we must win together.
All right, Senor.
Thank you. Yeah.
Canada, Japan, his performance so far. Well, obviously, we know what's happening about his performance.
Yes, I think that I want to commend the Honorable Canada Japan for his tremendous effort in terms of trying to give a run for money in terms of the other candidates, particularly the former vice president. What we've seen over the years, or in the last 1 year, it's been a very vigorous campaign that they've all run. And I must say that I appreciate the energy that he committed to this whole project. Regardless of the weaknesses that came on board, I think that those are part of the process. And I'm sure that at the right time he will call, and then he'll call his brother, the flag bearer elect, and then they'll try to, you know, amend things. But one thing that gave me hope is the fact that for the first time, I'm seeing Honorable Kennedy Japan right after the election, not even waiting for a declaration to be done. He's been able to, you know, address the press. That is reassuring. That tells you that there is a new, there's a renaissance in terms of what we saw in the 2023 presidential primaries. So for me, that act of, you know, commitment alone, it speaks volume. It's a commitment that I believe strongly that a lot will be wondering that, oh, well, is this the same Ken that we saw in the last presidential primaries where he picked up his phone and, you know, he burst out? But this time around, his demeanor alone tells a lot, reassuring his team members that, you know, let's support the one who has won at God's own time. So I think that it's reassuring, those words that came from his mouth. And I want to believe strongly that after the declaration by the Electoral Commission, I am hoping and waiting to see a video that will come out, or probably a comment that will come out from him that he indeed called the flag bearer elect to, congratulate him. If he makes that move, it deepens our political democracy as far as moving forward is concerned. But if he refuses to do it, then I think that it's a bit questionable. So it's one of the things I'm looking forward to see is that immediately the Electoral Commission declares the flag bearer as the man-elect, I'm expecting that Honorable Ken will pick his phone, call him, congratulate him. The man, let's put everything that happened behind us. Let's move forward. We are going to work together to make sure that we secure victory for 2028. I think that will be very fantastic. And a lot of the supporters will tone down. A lot of the supporters will tone down. But again, there is one troubling thing that I want to say on your platform. That has to do with, in the heat up to the election, we all saw so many things that happened, particularly with this issue of prophecy and...
we'll come to that, don't worry.
Okay.
It's a whole subject on it.
Okay, okay. So since we'll come to that, then let me focus on the other aspect. But whilst I'm even talking about Honorable Ken, I want to also say that the other candidates deserves commendation a lot. If I look at Engineer Kwabena Ejay, he's been very composed. I don't recall hearing any jab from him. None I can pinpoint on this platform.
One or two. At the point he criticized Kennedy Japan.
No, not even on the part of Ken. I'm talking on the part of the flag bearer elect. Was there any jab thrown at him? No.
From Kennedy Japan?
No. I think at the time that I saw him throwing jab has to do with when he felt that Ken, make some unpalatable comments that he thinks that no, those things shouldn't have come out from him. Setting the record straight. So that is, acceptable to, But without that, I don't think that he made anything. And then for Brian, there were a lot of jabs that came from him right from day one, But Brian is somebody we should watch out for. Going into the future, Brian is somebody that the party should look out for. I think that this gentleman, he has something so unique in him. We cannot downplay the fact that he has leveled up our politics in terms of the dynamics and his own strategy that he brought into the scene. So we need to watch it carefully, because if we are looking into the future, trust me, their queue is very long. But this young man, I'm going to put my eyes on him to see what will happen. But I think that the party should, pay attention to him. And I'm also expecting him as well. I know Engineer Kwabena will definitely pick his phone to call DMB. I am very convinced in my heart Dr. Brian Echampo will equally do the same. Because one of the questions he was asked when he went to UTV was that, what would you support the winning candidate if you lose? And it was a straight yes. It was a straight yes, and I think that's very commendable of him. So I'm very convinced in my mind that he would be able to, call whoever that will be winning, or I think it's very obvious. DMB, he'll be able to call DMB, and then he even said that he is ready to commit his resources into that. There's a bit of question mark because of the things we've had in the heat up to this election, but I want to believe that it's part of the game. If the resources can place, we need those resources to be able to prosecute a very, very effective and efficient election. Now, the last thing I would want to say also has to do with the fact that I want to use the platform to congratulate DMB. When you ask me as an individual, I have been a friend of mine who's from the NDC. I've put that on my Facebook. He said that I'm the most sophisticated neutrals in this presidential primaries. And indeed, I have been a very, very sophisticated neutral, in the sense that I've never been on any platform to mention anybody's name or to talk about anybody before. But I think that DMB deserves commendation. He deserves to be, tapped at the back to say that, boss, you've done very well. Because we've all seen what he went through. And I think that this win is not on a silver platter. He worked for it. And this is the time I want to use your platform to call on every youth of this party This is the most important time. It is a time that it is a renaissance for the party. It has awakened that flame in us. This man has worked to get to this thing. Let's rally behind him. Let's support him. I am very convinced deep in my heart that 2028 election, if we unite, if we come together, we join forces together, we can easily, win 2028 election. Because trust me, it's going to be a new person coming from the NDC, and for me, the names that are popping up, except to say that unless they want to use the usual gimmicks in the politics, but when it comes to intellects, when it comes to issues of economy, when it comes to issues of data, the names that have popped up so far, I don't see any of them how they'll be able to, when it comes to debate. I'm sure they will even run away from the debate because none of them will be able to match His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia one-on-one. So I'm looking up to a moment where the young people of this party from, Bole, Keta, Anglogan, Ho, every corner of this country, let's rally our support behind him. The party needs all of us. Let's make sure that he secures victory for us. I'm sure that in the coming days, the party will be releasing statements as to the processes that are left in terms of the reorganization. And when that is done, roughly give and take, by July, August, we should be done with the entire process. And trust me, that is when we need to fortify our arms and be able to, shoot very well. At this very moment, I think we are done with the presidential elections. For me, let's manage the way we throw people on the social media, because we need everybody. I know that it's part of the game because people say so many things, but you need everybody to be in the game. You need them to support you. So we need to be very, very mindful of how we, tease them and say all manner of things. At this moment, it is not needed. What is needed most is that, man, we erred. We are done. It's part of the game. Let's come together. And I want to commend my senior brother, George, for the hit they gave to DMB. They actually pushed him, and they have done very well. I want to also give, I don't know, which team does it belong to? DMB. Oh, the winning team. And I'm a substituted neutral, so I'll give congratulations to myself for remaining a substituted neutral. So I want to commend all of them. I think they've done well. I want to commend the Brian team and everyone who has, remained very faithful to the cause.
You've not commended Educhum yet.
Oh, I didn't. Oh no, I'm going to comment. I think Educhum also did very well. I've not heard any jab coming from Honorable Educhum. For me, this is not to say the obvious, but these are my words. I think that Educhum is couched for education.
Okay.
He is very good. So far, so good. When you look at our historical antecedents in terms of our education sector, I think that Educhum stands out. So far, no doubt, he stands out because currently we are seeing what is happening. I don't think that the current education minister can match him. No two ways about that. So for me, I wish he had not even gone into the race, because last time I heard one of his interviews, he was like, he's considering, even when they are done, maybe he's considering a running mate. I'm like, no, you shot yourself at the back. This comment should not be coming from you. At the moment, so you knew you could be considered as a running mate. Why did you even pick up the phone, the form to even contest? So I want to congratulate him. He and his team, his spokesperson, Opoku, and the entire team, they've done very well. They've managed the scene very well. No jab throwing, no insult from anywhere. They actually committed to the tenets of the party, and I think that they deserve that commendation. Going forward, I want to see them also pick up their phone to congratulate the winner, and then they should also come on board. We need them. Who knows, after His Excellency DMB wins, he will definitely bring him back to come and manage the education sector for us, because the STEM project, we are not done with the STEM project. We need to, progress with the STEM project. So I want to end this one on the note by saying, in my local dialect, by saying that DMB, Adomanya wana owodo kata.
What do you mean?
To it. It is not every word that comes so easy. He's done so well.
Okay.
God bless him.
Okay. Now let's talk about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Well, just a mixed feeling or mixed results here coming in because Ken showed strongly. And then finally, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, well, as we have it, has gotten that nod, waiting for the official announcement from the Electoral Commission. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, of course, that makes you a happy man then.
I'm very happy, extremely happy. I think earlier, because where we are now, we are just, the finishing line. Therefore, I can, come out boldly, to say and to declare where I actually, belong. And I think, first off, it's important to really, state why. Earlier, when the question was asked, what camp do you belong to? A little bit of history. As a diaspora, as NPP, USA, as an external branch, one of the key, elements that distinct, which us from that of us as NPP USA and the rest is the fact that when rules are made or guidelines are made, we strictly follow to the ladder. It's very important, just because if we may not, or if we do not agree, to certain position, does not mean that it is entirely, wrong. That is our position, and that is what we're looking, to espouse. But, George, I'm saying, this because there has been a directive, for us as NPP USA, as officers of the party, that we do not have to, really openly, declare our support. So for all these, while we have, ensure that to ensure there's some, level of, fairness, so that you're not, seen as coercion, and all of that, we wanted to have our position, maintained, as such. Yes, and I've always maintained that I do have a preference, and the preference, of course, is, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So I'm extremely, happy to say that we have, brought this, home. I think that it's not just, bringing it, home here, but I want to, literally follow the the footsteps of, my brother, Senor, and what he said about offering, congratulatory, message, to His Excellency DMB. I think that he's certainly, deserving, that congratulations. He has worked and worked and worked extremely, hard. Day and night, every single nook and cranny of this country, His Excellency has been to. And of course, it is not just for the fun of it, but to really relate to the people, to go down to the grassroots and ensure that he have a certain level of relationship, with them, to be able to speak to their conscience and ensure that he is at the level as delegates, reasoning, with them, and indeed talking about things that matters, to them, that can really bring some transformation, in the party that we all love, so dearly. So I'm happy that his message really sank well with the delegates, brought a lot of, individuals who otherwise in time past or in 2023 wasn't, supporting him or did not support him, but found it, appropriate that this time around we're looking for just something, and that something is a win. And that win, which we're looking at in 2028, it takes only one individual, which is in the person of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to get us, there. So I'm happy that, yes, there must have been, carpet crossing on all fronts, especially that of, Honorable Ken and that of, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia, because some of, the individuals from the Ken side did, shifted. I know most of them went to, Brian's, side, but some also equally, came to, Dr. Bawumia's, side. The same way we had a few also who left, that Dr. Bawumia's camp, and also, felt it was important to align themselves based off on what, they had seen. Like my brother George, here, rightly so. So, indeed, it was, at the time, what every one of these individuals believed, that it was possible winning with the other side. But yes, it has not practically, come out to state that indeed those, who might have switched camp, especially for the Ken, side, or from the DMB side to Ken side, did not really, show exactly how they had wanted things, to come, out, to be. But I must say, all in all, the sleepless nights from His Excellency Dr. Bawumia and that of his campaign has paid off, I mentioned earlier in terms of, the Ken's, side that there must be some interrogation, done based off on the outcome of this, result. Indeed, I believe same thing is going to happen, in His Excellency, Bawumia's, side as well. Yes, the win is here, but overall, could there have been certain things that might have been overlooked? Could there have been anything, that was overlooked? And if it was, what, could have possibly, led to that? So that all of these, we can really properly, interrogate, learn, and make sure that we establish, this as a process and therefore a strategy that is going to help, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia, the, candidate, elect for our, party. So I would say all in all, there has been a tremendous amount of work done by the campaign. Congrats, to the DMB campaign team, as well, because it took their work, their effort to get us to where we are, tonight. And I am certain that they would begin to look, really widely, or broadly, those on the other side, the other, candidates, teams as well, to ensure that they can bring them, on board to literally expand, the campaign, expand, the team, so that whatever ideas, whatever has brought all of us, to this particular moment where we're excited and we're celebrating, we're about to talk about our success and achievements, I think that all of them coming, on board will help us, to get, to where we need to be. So congrats, to Team DMB. And I use this opportunity to congratulate, that of my fellow diasporans as well, who really saw the need to really put the effort in spite of some of the, roadblocks in terms of proxy and other things that did not kind of go well, but yet defied those odds and then came in, their numbers to participate in this process. Together we have all, won this. Together it is all of our benefit, that has brought, us here. And we're looking forward, to continue in this trajectory, hoping that once, this step, which is a stepping stone, has certainly, materialized, we can then ride on the precept or the foundation that has been led to a much bigger, win that we're looking forward to. So kudos, to all of us, my brother, Senior, again, my brother, Georgia, for work that has been put in here. And together, we will certainly knock this out of the park come 2028.
Okay, all right. Senior, briefly about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Well, I think that I've said much already about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. What I want to say is that, for me, I would say that I've come to love him more coming out from this fearless contest. In the sense that I have observed from afar, I follow keenly. I'm a student of governance, so I follow keenly. I have interest in who becomes the next flag bearer. So I follow keenly all the flag bearers. I have been in all the courtesies from every region, particularly in my region. I've been neck to get what is really going on. And I can tell that Dr. Bawumia, if there is anybody who faced a tough moment in this primaries, he's the one.
Okay.
If there is any individual who faced, attacks, jabs, or whatever you want to call it, I think he's the one who faced that. Because you see candidate A throw it at him like an atomic bomb. The next person throws it at him like a Russian bomb. And one thing that rings a bell, which I think a lot of people have alluded to, has to do with the fact that his calmness in soaking those bombs. There have never been a time that I see him provocatively reacting to any of those things. even if he wants to react to them, he finds a very subtle way of reacting by not mentioning the names of the individuals. So for me, as a politician and as an economist and as a banker, I think that he's gradually becoming a colossus in the game when it comes to policies. So I would want to say that he's done very well. He deserves the win that he's gotten because I think he has worked for it. I asked myself, how would I have felt if I were in his shoes where bombs were being thrown left, right, center at me? Somebody who is from a village in the Volta region in Anglogan, how would I have felt? I don't know, but I wonder how he's able to manage that. And I want to believe that one of the people that console him most is the wife. The wife deserves a commendation as well. I think that there's a word, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, and there's a statement I had wanted to make, which is in the Bible, but I think that this woman has really supported the man. Madam Samira.
Virtuous woman who can find.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, that's the word. In fact, anyway, Madam Samira, Her Excellency, the former Second Lady, she's done very well to support him because at some moment I think that Charlie, he's broken, but the woman consoles him. All right. So for me, when you ask me, I think he's done well. I want to commend him and his team. His team too has been very, very, very meticulous in terms of speed. When there is anything, the social media army guys, they are always at it. One thing you will never see them doing is insult. But they will respond to you in equal measure to clarify issues. Okay. And I think that has worked very well. And I think for some of us who are young, we'll pick inspirations from some of the things in terms of the good ones. We'll pick inspiration from those ones, and then going into the future, for those of us who has ambition in other fields, not presidential ambition, I beg you, so that nobody can mentor me. So that going into the future, some of us will want to use this as part of our, ladder in terms of climbing the political ladder. Yeah.
George, briefly, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Yeah, DMB. I think it's not been all that rosy because if you say there were no insults, I don't know which camp Abronya belongs to. So I don't think that's the case. So let's see. And the bombs is expected. In account, they say Dom Enisa, your Sutakrache, to wait. People follow the trajectory of the one with the crown. You get it. And so once Dr. Bawumia is wearing the crown, of the leadership of the NPP, you expect that people will throw bombs at him. And it's part of the political game. He understands it. You get it. And so if people who seek to take that leadership from him were going on that trajectory, it's much expected. And then his demeanor, I agree with Senyo, his response and demeanor was good. So his minders, we need to commend them on that. Another aspect that DMB's election, I pray that we need to work at immediately as a political party is if you look at the 2024 elections, the level of our party, some may make the arguments a conglomerate of factors, about 2.1 million people staying away. What are we going to do to ginger them to get up? That's relative to 2020 election. That's why I'm mentioning 2.1. And so these people who stayed away from voting, what motivated them? How do we get them back to, the traditional support for the MPP? We need to work out. It's good. It can be done because JM lost about 1 million, and bounced back to beat us with over 1.7 million, And so I believe once the decision makers of the MPP have decided we go back with the DMB, we need to do everything to ensure we cancel this and then beat.
Mahama lost with almost 1 million votes in 2016.
Almost 1 million.
Reduced it in 2020.
No, 2016.
No,
he
lost
2020.
He lost with almost about 1 million votes. Not necessarily, but yes.
No, I'm a mathematics guy.
2016.
So if you round it off, it's 1 million.
Then in 2020,
yes,
he reduced it.
Yes, 500. But I didn't mention 2020 is 2.1 up at the 2024 relative to 2020.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that you said that he came back to win with over 1.6 million.
1.7.
So
yes.
I'm just giving.
Yeah, but I made the comparative analysis to 2020 results. The 2.1 million apathy I was talking about.
Okay.
Referencing 2020 results. Because 2020, Nanado got 6.7. You get it. And so we lost that. And most they stayed at home. That is one thing. And then another thing, I think he has the honors to restructure the party itself, especially the leadership from the polling station all the way to the top. It's going to be a bit easier because what is important now, you get it, is the leader of the party. Now we have the leader of the party. So people who will be contesting will then be aware that this is the person we have. And so the acrimony and those things will be minimal. You get it? That people will want to, anyone who decides to contest any position knows he's going to do so to support the leader. You get it? It's not going to be that I am Ken and I'm going to fight for a general secretary position and people will think once you get it, you are going to use it to advance the cause of Ken. You get it? That thing is not there again. If you go and you win, you are going to use it to advance the cause of Baumia. Okay. You get it? That is what I think is the excitement, and the restructuring will not be that difficult. And it goes with the party reorganization, the bottom up now, because now we've got a leader. We're going to go to the polling station and then build to the top. Party unity is also something that DMB is going to be tasked with to ensure that he brings everybody on board, all the other contestants and their supporters and co. You get it? So that people will have that confidence and trust in him, that he is the leader. He's taking steps to ensure that we all come to the table and then rally behind him to go and prosecute the major campaign. That is DMB's mission and his call to make, to get everybody. And I said it earlier, that the optics are very important in this case, okay? That all the other 4 contenders are behind him. And I agree with Senor that we need to be expecting that all of them will pick up the phone and call to congratulate him. It's a matter of course that we need to have, and nobody will run away from that. Another aspect that I think, George, all of us MPP must look at is matters of the economy. Okay? Dr. Baumia leading us. Our opponents will bring matters on economic management on the table. You get it? And so we need to find the antidotes on how to communicate relative to that. You get it? Especially when we measure the performance of this government by the end of the second year. You get it? Because the first year, there's no proper this thing that you can put on the table because of the goodwill they had and then the honeymoon they had. But by the end of second year, we should, so matters of the economy, what is going to be our response? How are we going to tailor-make that to ensure that we have advantage of our opponents and it resonates with the people, that indeed on matters of the economy, Dr. Baumia is in control, okay? And the MPP can deliver to the people. Last one, he did make one promise, which I believe I thought that resonated with the people, the party people, that 10 appointees per constituency, that I think per this outcome, it's not been finally declared, but per this outcome, we all know he's going to win. And when he wins, what it means to me.
This 10 appointment per constituency, would there be avenue for non-MPP members to also get them?
It's possible. Oh, definitely. But look.
10 appointments. I don't think the concentration is largely on the MPP.
Yes, per constituency. Yes, per constituency.
Not MPP constituency.
Per constituency. So if you come from the constituency and you are appointed, you have a duty to deliver to the party people. You get it, and so that is good. And it doesn't mean you are out the diasporans. You are part of it, right? You are part of the constituency.
Constituency.
Yes, yes, yes. So that is it. So that promise to me, it means it's resonated with the people and they've accepted it. And so that should be done so that we push for DMB. His demeanor, his calm nature and co is good. You get it. Some of us, me for instance, I didn't follow him this time because I told you that the results from the 5 northern regions didn't, encourage me, and that made me go. But whatever it is, we have a leader now, and let's rally behind him and push him into the last one, George. The 2028 election, as we said earlier, DMB has been there and is being sent again by the NPP. The NDC is going to bring a new person, okay? How do we break that issue of the 8 years? You get it. We wanted to break the 8. We couldn't break the 8 for obvious reasons. Can we then stop the 8s? You get it, in 22. That's what we seek to do now. We are stopping the 8 for the NDC. So our candidate, with him, we need to put strategies in place to ensure that we do that. One key one is to, again, bring all of us to the table to be able to strategize, okay? And then, and his campaign team, it's not going to be this campaign team. It's going to be a broader campaign team where all the other parties' interests will be incorporated therein, so that we are seen as a united party going into the 2028 election. That is good. But his nature is good. A lot of people love him. The issue, especially, I'm gleaning from even the results that we are seeing. So we will have a good candidate in him going forward. Let's all sit down, reflect, and see how we're going to throw our weight and support behind him to succeed in the 2028 project. I'm hesitant in congratulating him because I want the official congratulations from my camp. Then we can.
I think he also has already done that. I think Kennedy has done that. Brian has done that.
That's good. That's good. Then let me congratulate. Yes. Then let me congratulate DMB on his re-election to lead the MPP. You get it. With about 57, almost 57. Let's round it up to that. It's good. It dropped by 4, but it tells you the competitive nature of the contest. You get it. Brian Achampong brought something to bear, and he took away from us, and he's taken away from DMB. You get it. To put him to about 20%. It's not easy. Let's congratulate Brian as well. Yeah. And of course, my candidate, Honorable Ken Ohinie Japan. Better luck next time. But for now, let's support the leader. Okay? And Brian's things, we are praying if DMB wins, we are looking at 2 terms. And Brian is a young man. You get it. But the other young guys too are lurking in the corner and jump onto the stage.
Okay. All right.
Congratulations to the MPP as well.
All right.
But before you come in, he touched on the fact that one of the key messages that he preached out, that has to do with the 10 appointment issue. I think that there was also another catchy one that has to do with the welfare issue.
Welfare is a party issue.
Yeah,
so.
that he was going to appoint a welfare coordinator at the Jubilee House that will make sure that we...
But that has been there, Senor. It's been there. Oh.
No.
Chief of Staff's office, you political, please.
Even if it was not something that was well known to people.
Do you know Protosia was political?
That's
the issue.
Are you aware that there was something like...
Oh, no, you said welfare. Not yes.
Exactly. So for me, I think it was one of the catchy things also that got him.
That's when Doreen has joined us. Doreen, when you were leaving, during the first segment, you were just going off. The results were now coming in, so we didn't know what was happening. Now we have a clear indication of who is going to be the next flag bearer of the NPP.
Who is? Not who is going to.
It's not been officially declared.
I guess now we know that Sonia is not neutral.
What do you mean by I'm not neutral? I have been a sophisticated neutral all this while.
Okay. All right. So Doreen, we know who's going to be the next flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and also things happening too. But if you look at the figures, and if you look at 2023, he won. It was 61.4%. Kennedy Japan had 31%. That's 7. Okay. And then in 2025, he's around 56, 57%. Now it's 56.52%, but there are other polling stations that have not been, voting centers that have not come out yet. But so let's give it around 56, 57%. And then Ken around 23.3%. A lot of the votes went to Brian there. There's a drop for both though, but Dr. Bawumia has dropped compared to 2023. Does it say something, or it's just?
I think it just speaks to the data and the polls that we've been aware of, especially that of Global Info Analytics. I mean, I think that it's told us exactly what we should be expecting during the election today, particularly the part about Brian Achampong, because I had spoken to Musa Dankwa, and he really indicated that Brian had taken some of the votes from Ken, and has also taken some from Dr. Bawumia, but specifically from Ken. And so I think it's just a reflection of the polls that we've all known in the last couple of weeks.
Can you tell us what Brian was going to get?
I think he sort of predicted.
Plus or minus 3. Yeah, so he shot beyond that.
He shot beyond
that.
What he didn't do was give us a precise, percentage like we have now, like 18%. I think he predicted 13%, but now what we are getting is that he's around 18, 20 thereabouts. So I mean, it's quite in that direction.
Darren, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, George. But we have Dr. Jalil Ateku. He is a political science lecturer at the University of Ghana. He's joined us on phone. He'll be telling us what he thinks about the results that have already come in and the fact that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is not officially declared, but from what we know, he's won the primary. So, Doc, if you can hear me, first of all, tell us, are these the results you were expecting?
Very much, and then good evening to your viewers and then listeners. Yeah, what I would say is that I think it's a reflection, right, of the situation on the ground. If you look at it, I think the previous, the last collaborative contest, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia garnered about 51% of the vote, and then 37% went to Kennedy Agyapong, right? And then the two others also shared the rest. Now, was it 3 also? This time round, I think that unlike the previous or the last election, where the third candidate could not perform so well. This time round, it appears Brian Achampong has performed, very well, right? And then if you look at it, from the beginning, he wasn't forthcoming, but there was about 1 month plus, you can see that he was coming very stronger. So I'm not surprised of his performance now, because if you look at from Dr. Bawumia's camp, I think so far they have collected 298 or so, and out of that, Brian Achampong is having about 32,000, and then Kennedy Agyapong 41,000, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia about 100,000 plus votes. All right, so it means that looking at the situation, I think that still the only thing is that Bawumia dropped, right, from 61 to, it's likely to be around maybe 57 thereabout. So it means that he's dropped from 61 to that. If you look at Kennedy Agyapong, he also dropped, right? And also it's because of also the performance of Brian Achampong. So, and also if you look at Bawumia's figure, it means that even within the MPP, right, within the MPP itself, I think the impact of the last election had some impact on his performance this time round, right? So it means that there were a number of them within the party who believed that it should not be the candidate to lead. So it means that they voted the other way around. So basically, and then I think it could also be that this time now they have expanded their electoral base. If you look at the last time when they amended their constitution to include some other officials. So I think all those things played out. But the fact is that once it dropped from the 61 to 57, it's showing that a number of their own party supporters do not believe in him leading them into the 2028 election. But I'm not surprised at all that Dr. Bawumia won. I mean, it was clear because he was the candidate. I mean, to beat, and I think that, I mean, it did very well. The other issues have to do with where they move from now in preparation towards prosecuting the 2028 general election campaign.
Before we get to what they need to do differently as we move to 2028, from your statement, I get a sense that you believe that despite Dr. Bawumia's win, the ghost of the last 8 years still hung around him.
Yeah, definitely, exactly. Because if you look at it, I mean, one would expect that maybe after, because Dr. Bawumia is someone, if you want to look at the political history over recent years, right? This is someone who was in opposition, was the vice running mate, right, for 8 good years. The first time they lost, second time they lost, and then they won in 2016. So it means that from 2016, he served as the vice president for 8 other years. So it means that he's been in that position for a very long time. So one would have expected that being their own, vice president for 8 good years, all right, he should be garnering maybe more votes than, he secured, right? But if you look at it now, this time around, the vote, the percentage rather dropped rather than increasing. So it tells you that there are some people within his own party who believe that he should not be the right candidate to lead them into, and therefore they voted the other side. But if you look at Kennedy Ajapontu, unfortunately, this time around, from the 37%, it appears that his is also dropped to around 20 something. So it means that Brachampo is a very, being the first time he was contesting and then doing that, I think that is also a good decision for him. So the previous, challenges with the economy and all those things, I still believe that had some impact on Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's performance.
Move on to Kennedy Agyapong and then Dr. Brian Achampong. We know that especially for Kennedy Agyapong, he seems to have lost a lot of votes considering what he had in the previous election. Now, if you look at the Global Info Analytics reports and the reasons they gave for why his votes, or the polls show that his votes are going to reduce, as some of the utterances he made prior to the elections. Now, for Brian Achampong, on the other hand, what do you think may have worked for him to have put out a very good showing?
Yeah, I think he ran an effective campaign, let me put it that way, right? That's why I indicated the first time that, when they started, he wasn't forthcoming because there were a number of issues even around him. When he was in government, right? So people spoke about so many other things, but somewhere along the line, he was able to, scale up his campaign. He was very visible, right? Just like the other. So you can completely see that the election was between three people, right? Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Kennedy Agyapong, and then Brian Achampong. It was very clear from the beginning until the end. So I think that he ran an effective campaign. He was able to engage the delegates, right? And then maybe it could also be that he's also resourceful. I can't vouch for that, but I believe that to run an effective campaign, it means that he was also resourceful. So all these contributed to, his performance. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's also look at the party moving forward. But even before we even do that, there's an issue of Engineer Kwabena Agyapong. This is about, I think, his second showing, and he seems to be doing poorly every time. What is really not working?
Well, for me, like maybe, he should have been one other candidate the party could have looked into, his direction, right? Because he's someone who was, for the 8 years that the NPP was in government, and all the economic situations, all those kinds of things. I mean, it's the only person who was, I would say, that was not part, at least from where I sit, right? I didn't see him much in, in occupying a particular role in the previous, Nana Akufo-Addo's government. So when you are talking about the aims of that government and all that, so like is someone who could be maybe marketed from that perspective. But if you look at Kwabena Japan, right, he also had issues within the party. Okay, when he was the general secretary, right? So the situations that happened around him, Afoko and all that. So many people saw him as someone who was not for the sitting government, the sitting president. It appears. So these were some of the issues that were bandied around the time. So you realize that his suspension is being out of that position for a very long time, and only came back, later on, right? So, and there are some, the voter landscape of the party has also changed in a way. There are so many people who were not voters at that time, didn't know, the youth in particular. There are some of them who didn't even know about him, or maybe they have just heard about certain things about him, right? So basically, because of that, his long absence, and also the fact that he's not that resourceful, right? Because we have made our elections so expensive, right? Such that you have to travel everywhere with your team, the hotel, do everything. And even the filing of the nomination, when they said that they should come and pay some amount of money, it was difficult for him to come and then pay, right? So people interpreted all those things from that perspective that maybe this person is not prepared, rather than looking at what the person is bringing on board, right? So because of the type of delegates that we have, they are always interested in maybe someone should be resourceful and all that. But the fact is that none of the candidates will come and spend their money to develop Ghana, right? But it has become the norm that you must be resourceful to be able to resourceful also include greasing the palms of delegates and all that when you travel around, right? So if you are not able to do that, it affects you. So I think that in my view, he was not financially resourceful, and also the fact that he's been out of the party for a very long time following his suspension. And I think that all those worked against him because people didn't know him much, right?
Now, as the party moves on, in fact, we await for a signal from the party headquarters so we can go there and pick the official announcement and introduction of the elected flag bearer. But as we do that and prepare for the 2028 elections, what should the party do differently to ensure there is peace, there is unity, and everyone comes on board to ensure that the party really hits the target it set for itself in 2028, considering the kind of campaigns the party had?
Right. For me, I think that the first thing the party needs to do is that NPP has gone through, tensions, conflicts here and there over the years, but they've not been able to address those issues among themselves, right? So these issues continue to linger, and if they are not able to address that, it will continue to going to affect them in their performance. If you look at it, there are several of their own key, key persons, some of them previous flag bearers, contestants. During the 24, in the lead up to 24, most of them you can see that were rather even critical on their own government than even the opposition. So because of their failure to use their internal mechanisms to reconcile the forces within, so that they will, they will be united and then prosecute elections as one unit. So that has consistently affected them over the years. So if you look at, apart from 2016 when they won, by 2020, this cracks showed, and then they further deepened as they moved along. So from 169 seats, for example, they dropped to 137, and then in 2024 election, they further dropped to 88. So I think that there are serious issues within the party. I'm talking about the unity. So they must, use their internal mechanisms to reconcile their members, to reconcile the forces within, so that they can run an effective campaign, towards the 2028 election. Now, 2028 election is going to be, a very difficult election for the NPP, and therefore unity and coming together, right, to prosecute the election will be better. For them. I say so because this is the government that they were just voted out of office, and then the next election. So the point is that are Ghanaians going to hand over power to them just after 4 years after they have been voted out? In this particular manner, and also the fact that when we have seen some relative improvement in the macroeconomic indicators and all that. All right, so that also points to the fact that the NDC is also doing that. So to unseat the NDC, then it means that you, the opposition, must do something extraordinary. And if you remain divided, right, within your ranks, then it means that certainly it will affect how you conduct, your 2028 election campaign.
Thank you so much, Doc, for your time. That's Dr. Abdul Jalilu Atiku. He is a lecturer at the Political Science Department of the University of Ghana. Now, let's move on to Ben Efson. He's managing editor, Daily Dispatch, also a poster. Good evening, sir. Hello, good evening. Welcome back to the studio. This is still our coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. The deed is already done. We know the figures coming in, and from all indications, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia seems to have been elected as the presidential candidate of the NPP going into the 2028 elections. Now we are joined on phone by pollster and managing editor, Daily Dispatch, Mr. Ben Efson. I tried to talk to him earlier, but unfortunately the line tripped, but we have him back on the line now. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for your time this evening. The deed is done. A candidate has been elected. Do you think that this is what you were expecting, and also the fact that the right candidate has been selected by delegates for the NPP?
Yes, I expected Dr. Bawumia to win, but the margin of 29% was a bit huge. I thought it would be between 10 and 15% margin. The only thing I was surprised was the margin of victory.
You were expecting 10 to 15, but what we are having is way beyond that. What informed that decision of 10 to 15?
Please come again.
I'm asking what informed your option of a 10 to 15 margin, the margin you're expecting. What informed that one?
Yes, you know, the other two, Brian had campaigned well. Duchum, so I was expecting them to get maybe 2-3%, 2-3%, but only Duchum got 2%. Brian got 13%. So I thought that if Baumia will win 10, 15%, but 29% was a massive endorsement from the delegates.
What do you think did not work for candidate Kennedy Ejapong?
Oh, I think that basically the track record of delegates in selecting their flag bearers is not surprising. The same thing happened to President Kufuor. He lost the first time. And the second time he was elected. The same thing happened to Akufo-Addo. So the NPP delegates have a track record and a tradition of giving flag bearers who fail to win a second opportunity.
And for Brian Achampong, he seems to have put out quite a good showing, particularly in the Volta region. What was the trick?
Oh, I believe that I've heard Kennedy speak in the aftermath, and he was quite reconciliatory. He asked his followers, his supporters in the party, that they belong to one party. And I believe that the Kennedy winning Volta region, perhaps maybe that was where his strength is, or maybe his organizers there did some work. I suspect that they were perhaps hoping for a runoff. But, you know, the same thing with Kufuor. When he missed the first time, the second time, it was a massive endorsement like this. Then with Akufo-Addo, so this 29% margin is typical of NDC, typical of MPP delegates in selecting their flag bearers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Benefson. Thank you so much for your time this evening. We'll move on to some other conversations. We are grateful. That was Benefson, Managing Editor, Daily Dispatch, and also a pollster. We're back shortly. Please stay.
Thank all of you. We've gone through a journey. It's been a fierce battle that we've waged across the country, across all the regions in the country. And we couldn't have gotten here without the support of the team around me. You're only as good as your team in these matters. And I can say, without any fear of contradiction, that I have been blessed with an excellent team that have worked for me. I'd like to thank the National Campaign Coordinator, Osei Mensah-Bonsu, as well as the campaign manager, Fredo Pare-Ansa, and the campaign team in general. Everybody has contributed so much, and I cannot really thank everybody individually at the moment, but I will have time to thank everybody individually. The MPs, I must say, who have stood by my side have been phenomenal. in this contest. They've really supported and they've delivered what they have promised, what they promised to do. I want to thank all the members of parliament who've supported me. I want to thank also the party executives who've helped organize this election, the EC, security, media, and all of that. But, you know, we are standing on the shoulders, very broad shoulders, of former flag bearers of this party. I'm talking about Professor Idubuahin. I'm talking about J. Kufuor. I'm talking about Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. They have built the party and taken the party this far. And it's really humbling that, you know, we have been elected as a flag bearer of the party to continue the work that they have started. I don't also want to forget the former MPs and so on who helped. I want to thank all of you. God bless you, and we'll have time to talk.
Thank you very much.
We all admit we work hard, but God's time is the best. He knows what is good for us. I know most of you are dejected. You have to keep your spirit up, because once we have life, we have everything. So don't be dejected. And the advice I give is, I have taken it coolly, because in politics, you can win, you can lose. Anytime I speak to you guys and tell you we can win, we can lose, you say, oh, win, win. But I'm a veteran politician, so I know. I've gone through several defeats, and therefore I cushioned myself and expected the worst. And the worst has happened. But the worst doesn't mean that is the end of life.
Hey. Sure. Yes.
So keep faith alive.
Oh, yes.
And be happy with the outcome. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? So I'm pleading with all of you not to do anything. We have to stay calm. We believe in the party. The delegates have spoken. We have to take it. That's the advice I want to give all of us. We don't know what is in store for us tomorrow. So especially the Team Ken, the good works that you've done. I want to show my appreciation. And at an appropriate time, we will meet and dine together.
Yes.
Mahmoud Bawumia has won across the 19 polling centers in this region, and across the Northeast region, the results we are getting also indicate that he is virtually sweeping that region as well. It is a moment of celebration for many of his supporters here in the northern region, as well as the Northeast region, we are told. And for many people, this is obvious. This is where Bawumia comes from, the northern and northeast region. And so it was always expected that he will be carrying these two regions. As we speak, voting has ended. Overall, it's been a very peaceful day across all the centers that we have visited today. And security was very tight, but despite the 1,302 police personnel who were deployed across the entire region, 19 polling centers, they virtually had nothing to do. And you are just witnessing the wrapping up of counting here at the Jubilee Park for Tamale Central Center. The peaceful atmosphere you are seeing here is a reflection of what we had across all the centers in the region.
Welcome back to the studios. This is still a live coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. Elections have been completed, counting down. We are waiting for the official declaration by the Electoral Commission at the NPP headquarters at Asylum Down. But before we get to that point, where we get to the NPP headquarters, let's speak to some more experts about, the process, how the process went throughout the day, quite peaceful and all, and the outcome you're seeing. We have on the line Professor John Osai Kwapong. He's with Democracy and Development Fellow, CDD Ghana. Hello, Prof.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Prof. I'm sure you were following the process since morning. Were you impressed with how everything went? Reports suggest that everything was quite peaceful. Were you impressed?
Very, very, very impressed. I think sometimes when the rivalry gets very intense, you start getting a little worried what would happen exactly on election day. But I'm very impressed, very also pleased that it's been a neat, clean election, no incidents of violence or anything. So yes, I'm glad and impressed how smoothly everything went.
Does this to you suggest some sort of improvement in our electoral process? The NPP has just done it. Does it seem to you as an improvement of what we've done over the years and maybe a certain direction we are heading to?
Yes, I think every election, gives you lessons learned on how you can make the next election much better. I'm sure we all remember the 2024 primary and that scene of Memao showdown and some of the tensions that arose that day. And so I'm sure the party has put in all the necessary structures to get us the kind of election that we saw today. So I mean, they really have to be very commended highly for having been able to organize a very smooth, incident-free election.
Now, with the figures coming in, it's obvious that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has been elected by the delegates. He's sort of been the choice by the delegates going into the 2028 elections. Do you think that the party has chosen the right candidate?
I am not surprised that he's the candidate the party picked. And, I'm sure the delegates weighed all 5 contestants, and ultimately they picked the candidate that they believe strongly represents the face and voice of the party as they go into the 2028 election. So yes, I do believe that they have picked the right candidate for the party. Of course, the next task is how you bring the party together and then how you prepare for the 2028 election. But at least as a first step, the delegates have cleared the first hurdle of picking the right candidate for the party.
But the argument that he comes in with a lot of baggage from the last 8 years of the NPP. And so with that baggage, what really were the delegates looking out for, considering all the talk about the baggage he brings on board?
I'm sure that, without the benefit of having talked to the delegates themselves, I'm sure they looked at, we've already marketed this candidate once, so we don't have to engage in a remarketing exercise. I'm sure even given the difficulties of the 2024 election and the loss, I'm sure they also still do see some redeeming qualities in him and the fact that they still believe he can bring something to the table. But yes, that would be one of the challenges for him as the candidate for 2028, which is how do you still make peace with the past, some of the challenges that the country faced economically, and how do you build a case that says that I can still do this and address whatever concerns you may have going into 2028. So definitely that would be something that I'm sure the NDC would regularly bring up, and he would have to find a way to coherently respond to it by saying, I acknowledge the challenges of the past, but here's a path that I believe I can move forward with.
But will that not be an uphill task for the party to talk about how they are going to change the narrative about him being a leader or head of the chairman of the economic management team, even at a time when the economy, was in tatters? What would they do to change that narrative?
No doubt that it's going to be an uphill task. And of course, his being elected flag bearer is only the first step. So he would have to, again, as you said, think about the narrative going into 2024. He would also have to keep in mind the economic trajectory now, that if the recovery continues and we go on a path of full growth and the economy stays strong, how do you make a case for change? He would also have to think about who will the NDC pick to face him. So all of those things would come together. And I'm sure as time goes on, he would have to find a way of developing that coherent narrative that is able to deal with all of these dynamics as he prepares for 2028.
Well, we can't have this conversation about the process today without talking about Brian Achampong. His figures are revealing. He seems to have done a lot of work in many of the constituencies and across the country. What, from your view, worked for him?
The personal engagement, traveling across the country, engaging the delegates. I think he made a case for maybe we want to change the candidate. Surely he couldn't make the enough case for them to really swing. But I think he convinced enough people to start thinking whether the party wants to go with the same candidate or not. I am very impressed by his performance, and I'm wondering if this positions him for something in the future for the party. I don't think this would be the first and only time that he's going to contest for flag bearer. And I do see him somewhere down along the line contesting again for flag bearer for a future election.
Do you think that, he's going to put out a better showing next time?
I believe so. For a first timer against the incumbent Dr. Bawumia, against an Honorable Kennedy Jipong, who joined the race late in the 2024 primary and still had a good showing, and all of those dynamics, and he's still being able to pull, from the provisional numbers I'm seeing, about 19%. I think says a lot about his efforts in this one. And so I do see him in the future trying to become party flag bearer.
Well, thank you so much, Prof. That's Professor John Osai Kwapong. He is with Democracy and Development. He's a fellow there with CDD Ghana. Now back to the studio with my guests. We have in the studio some reps from the NPP. They've had a very long day with us. I'm sure you're all tired, but we have to wait for your party to, start the process at the headquarters. have their declarations done, introduce the candidates, and also pardon us. But we've heard from Prof. First of all, I would ask you, Mr. Emmanuel Mensah, what do you make of the comments by Prof?
Thank you very much. And I think earlier, one of your subject matter experts, prior to Prof, which in this case was Atiku, yes, had some reservations, about the margin, of course, of the potential, winner in this case, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, literally dropping from 61% to 57% to be a major, concern. It's certainly school of thought is that either that can translate into some level of rejection by certain, delegates. But I am of a different, view on that. Of course, it is important, yes, 61% to 57%. But of course, if you look at political, mathematics here, especially in this, context, I don't think, defeat is, certainly a headline optics, looking at what had, transpired. It's important to emphasize, that certainly the delegate, system had been expanded. And I think that is one contributing factor that we should expect. That, of course, and we know, beyond the expansion, Brian, coming in here, at least some of us, who have been around, certainly knew the strength, Brian was, bringing into this whole, context.
But you didn't expect this much.
I would be honest to say, yes, I didn't expect this much, of course, but I knew he was going to do very well because don't forget that all the candidates, have their, way of also conducting their own internal polls as well. And prior to this, general, poll or outcome, they knew to some degree how they were going to perform. Granted, there has been some surprises, of course, negatively, just because certain, candidates had a certain expectation of actually getting more votes compared to what they attained, previously. But of course, it was important, to really, state that with Brian's entry into this particular, contest, some of us, who have done some internal polling or survey really knew that not only, was he doing well or going to do well, but of course, the individuals or the personalities that he had also put in charge of, his, election was going to really, really, help define, him. So honestly, yes, work has been done. There's some level of, I say, disappointment from certain, individual depending on what viewpoint, you're looking at it. I personally, believe that with a larger, again, electoral, college, here, with a more intense or require more intense mobilization, for that, matter. So certainly there has been a heightened, scrutiny in terms of, and that is natural in terms of, compressing, the vote margin, the percentage and all of that. It was, to be expected. Earlier, when I was monitoring, the trend, I had some viewpoint looking at how the report was coming through that we were even going to hit, a 60, as in the DMB, camp was going to hit a 67%, as, what I was looking at. But obviously it didn't, come out. And then quickly it dawned on me that, of course, there's a new kid on the block who really, showed up forcefully that he was going to really, position himself for future, certainly, consideration as far as, the tradition of the JB Danquayam Dombo, tradition is concerned. So overall, it has been, a good, show. I would say that, of course, 57, percent, it's not fragility or it's not fragile in this case, to me. I think it's still, a majority mandate when it comes to, the delegates and their decision to choose, or still rely on and depend on His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I think that is a really good, show of mandate, and believe that, of course, he still have what it takes, and their belief, in him. It's not just the mere fact of just expressing emotions, but trusting that he's really the right, person that is going to lead, the party to where we ought to be. And lastly, I want to say that, again, it goes to also show some level of comfort and consolidation, as well. It is certainly, key to emphasize, that. Yes, 50%. If you look at, in terms of, the contest and an internal contest and the entry of, Brian Achampon, in this, I would say that at least crossing that 50%, line or margin there has certainly shown that it has, been a signal, of course, of some, consolidation. And it's not to be considered as weakness in terms of, the elected, flag bearer. So it proves, some durability under, pressure, and that we must, again, be methodical in terms of, our way forward and how strategically, as a party, with the elected, flag bearer, helping us to be able to champion and form a new narrative that is going to certainly prove that we came out of this with a very well thought, process of winning come, 2028.
Still watching the live coverage of the NPP presidential primaries on GBC News and GTV, but GTV will join the live coverage of the NLA draw, and the coverage of the NPP primaries will continue right here on GBC News. Now, let's move the conversation from the NPP, because, from here, we are going to be preparing the candidates to meet whoever is chosen by the other parties, and particularly the NDC. Now, we've had names like Haruna Idrisu, Atofo Sinesiedu Nketia, Julius Debra, who we know, or from polling, seem to be interested in going ahead to contest. Now, how do we position, or how do we see Dr. Bawumia contesting any of these candidates come 2028? I'll start from you, Senor.
Well, I think that you want to hear when I made that session, that for me, I think that when it comes to the names that have popped up in terms of Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia's preparedness in terms of the 2028 election, I think strongly that these are people that I don't think they can match his kind of energy, in the sense that the only person who may make an attempt probably could be Atofo. But for me, I think that with him, even he will very soon be exposed, because he has indicated that a lot of things he's doing, he's not really using the right rudiments of economics. He's doing the other way around.
Which things exactly?
Oh, we are seeing the dollar appreciation, but we know very well that these are artificial.
It's not appreciated so rapidly as it had before the NPP was voted out of power.
But what I want to say that indeed we've seen that the dollar is okay, but what they've done is artificial.
Why do you say it's artificial?
But you are even aware that they said they've injected $10 billion into the system.
That's a way of ensuring that.
How sustainable is that?
That's a way of ensuring
that it stays at a certain level. Are you also aware that our gold reserve has been depleted? Have they told us where that has passed? You don't know. At the point before we came, you were saying that a lot of questions are not being asked. So I think that there are a lot of things happening as far as this economy is concerned. But I am happy that we have a competent man like Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia, who will be, steering the affairs of our campaign.
And whose watch the CD was around $17. A CD was around $17.
$17 as at when? As at January 2025, was it $17?
I think December 2024.
14. You see, I think that Doreen, right?
Yes.
I beg of you, don't put yourself in that kind of politics.
We are not putting ourselves in any kind.
Right.
We are not putting ourselves in any. But we can agree that the
it wasn't 17. You just mentioned it at 17. It wasn't 17.
It may not have been 17, but it wasn't at 10. 10.
Was it 17?
Was it at this 10?
But you just said on your show that it was 17. Was it 17?
And I'm saying that let's agree that it was not 17.
Yeah,
but,
so it wasn't 7. The fact is that
it was not at $1 to 10 cedis.
The fact is that it wasn't 17.
But it wasn't.
And
It wasn't.
I
it
want
wasn't
you
10
to get
cedis
right.
as well.
No, I don't want to go into that politics with you. You will not be happy.
We are not doing politics.
The truth
We're
is that
having a conversation.
Hold on. Listen. The truth is that
we're having a conversation.
Hold on.
Was it 10 cedis?
Listen to me.
Did it ever come to 10 cedis?
Would you listen
around
to me?
I'm listening to you, Senor.
The truth is that it wasn't 17.
But it was also not 10 cedis.
Neither was it whatever you are seeking to achieve. However, as at 7th January 2025, it was around 14.5.
Which is more than 10 cedis.
Agreed, which is more than 10 cities.
Exactly.
But the question is that, what led to the 10 cities? Do you know the rate as of today? And do you know the rate as of today? And do you even know what the black market?
The last time I checked, it was 10.96.
Are you talking about what the BOG keep massaging for us?
Definitely not.
Please, as of today, it is between 12 to 13% at the black market, because I was looking to change an amount of 3,000 USD as of yesterday. And the figures they gave me, or the rate.
Why would you use the black market?
I needed the money quick, because the one who wanted it as a payment for a transaction wanted it. The banks do not have, even to get it from the bank, the kind of laborious processes I have to go through. It's just so, worrying. So I would prefer to go to a quick place to get it and, do my transaction. What I'm saying is that the current government, you just admitted before you came on, said they are not even doing well.
How did I admit?
Sorry.
I did not admit.
I understand your.
No, where did I admit?
Let me.
I did not admit.
It's okay. Let me not put you in a tight corner.
You are not putting me in a tight corner because I did not admit.
So you see, you just had a conversation before you came. You were like, we are not hitting hard. You think we are?
That is not what I said.
So what did you say?
Rephrase what I said. I said you need to do a lot more when it comes to your communication.
Well, I understand.
That is what I said.
Don't worry, I understand.
So there's a difference between that.
The truth of the
now.
matter is that this government is not doing what is expected of them. Key among them is the dollar issue that I'm talking about. When it comes to the dollar issue, we all know that what they are doing currently has to do with artificial massaging of the system, just to make sure that there is stability. That is fine. The stability is welcome. But how often is that going to happen? From 2025 to date, the dollar rises to 13, then they try to beat it down. It rises to 13, then they try to. As of December last year, it was around 10 cedis. Today, we know what it is. We have been told already that even there will be $1 billion that will be injected into the system for stability again. So I'm telling you, how often would that continue to be done? So for me, what we are saying is that the election of Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, of course, you might have issues with us as far as the economy is concerned.
Unfortunately, we have to end the conversation. Unfortunately, our time is up. So
why?
Well, unfortunately, we are most likely going to headquarters. We are most likely going to maybe we'll try and get you some time so that you can talk about you can give us your final words. But now we have to wrap up here. Hopefully, we may go to the NPP headquarters almost immediately. But my guests,
we'll leave this.
I'll let you know when I get information from my producers. But for now, we'll be taking a break. My guests in the studio have been Senyor Amekplenu. He's a member of the NPP's communications team. We also had George AEC, member NPP communications team, and Mr. Emmanuel Mensah, Deputy General Secretary, NPP US. We'll be back shortly. Please stay.
Thank all of you. We've gone through a journey. It's been a fierce battle that we've waged across the country, across all the regions in the country. And we couldn't have gotten here without the support of the team around me. You're only as good as your team in these matters. And I can say, without any fear of contradiction, that I have been blessed with an excellent team that have worked for me. I'd like to thank the National Campaign Coordinator, Oseiche Mensah-Bonsu, as well as the campaign manager, Fred Opare-Ansah, and the campaign team in general. Everybody has contributed so much, and I cannot really thank everybody individually at the moment, but I will have time to thank everybody individually. The MPs, I must say, who have stood by my side have been phenomenal in this contest. They've really supported and they've delivered what they have promised, what they promised to do. I want to thank all the members of parliament who've supported me. I want to thank also the party executives who've helped organize this election, the EC, security, media, and all of that. But, you know, we are standing on the shoulders, very broad shoulders, of former flag bearers of this party. I'm talking about Professor Idubuahin. I'm talking about J. Kufuor. I'm talking about Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. They have built the party and taken the party this far. And it's really humbling that, you know, we have been elected as a flag bearer of the party to continue the work that they have started. I don't also want to forget the former MPs and so on who helped. I want to thank all of you. God bless you, and we'll have time to talk.
We all admit we work hard, but God's time is the best. He knows what is good for us. I know most of you are dejected. You have to keep your spirit up, because once we have life, we have everything. So don't be dejected. And the advice I give is, I have taken it coolly, because in politics, you can win, you can lose. Anytime I speak to you guys and tell you we can win, we can lose, you say, oh, win, win. But I'm a veteran politician, so I know. I've gone through several defeats, and therefore I cushioned myself and expected the worst. And the worst has happened. But the worst doesn't mean that is the end of life.
Hey. Yes.
So keep faith alive.
Oh, yes.
And be happy with the outcome. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? So I'm pleading with all of you not to do anything. We have to stay calm. We believe in the party. The delegates have spoken. We have to take it. That's the advice I want to give all of us. We don't know what is in store for us tomorrow. So especially the Team Ken, the good works that you've done, I want to show my appreciation. And at an appropriate time, we'll meet and dine together.
Yes.
Thank you so much for staying with us. This is still a live coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. Like we mentioned earlier, voting is done, completed. There's a projected winner. The party is just about to, outdoor the candidates, and then we can all hopefully go home and have a good rest. But I will take you to the NPP headquarters shortly. Now, what you see are scenes from the party's headquarters. A lot of people have gathered there waiting to get the final declaration and then introduction of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as the elected flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. And gentlemen in the studio, how does these scenes, how do they make you feel? As I was saying, you've spoken a lot. Let me get. let me. I want to. In fact, I want to hear from George, because I mean, his candidates did not win, but I'm sure that he must be excited about, the scenes from the party's headquarters.
Oh, okay. I'm okay. It's unfortunate. I would have loved to have been in high spirits because my. Yeah, I would have loved to, have seen my candidate winning, and then my excitement level would have been high. But it didn't happen that way. But as I said earlier, it's the MPP that has won. And so we all celebrate who delegates have decided to choose, and that is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Let's focus and then give him all the support. Now, I heard you speak to Ben Epstein, and then you spoke to Professor John Kwapong, and then one Dr. Atiku. I gave it to Phil, the producer, Phil.
Yes, you're welcome back to our studios. Interesting pictures or videos from the NPP headquarters. And George was just giving us what he thinks about the scenes we are having to see at the NPP headquarters.
I was expecting the place to be bubbling and then overflowing and cool, but it's good.
This is not overflowing.
No, I think people will be outside.
But it seems, even from the videos you saw earlier, the people, lots of people, they're excited.
Yes, outside, it's controlled. The inside is well controlled, and I'm happy with that. I was thinking people were going to be flowing over inside, but I think they've controlled it well, and that is good. We going forward, apart from the comments made, I think you spoke about Dr. Bawumia. One important thing is going to be hinged on the performance of this government, as you said, and the ability. That's why I gave them initially by the end of this year 2. Then we can be able to measure them properly with all the yardsticks and co. But what seemed to be doing some introverted magic for them is the gold and this is the idea of Dr. Bawumia. You get it. Yeah. It's factual. The gold purchase program was Dr. Bawumia's. Let me tell you the genesis. I've been part of the communications of the party when we're in government. It was one major, I'll mention the name of the company, multinational company, that needed dollars.
That's your candidate over there.
Oh, he's at the headquarters. Oh, that's good. That's good news. Needed a great deal. Yes. 3 billion. They had 3 billion CDs, and they needed to get it into dollars and send it to the headquarters. Okay? For over a month or
declaring the official results. has collated, it has become abundantly clear that Dr. Bawumia, won this particular election with a convincing margin. The figures suggest. So you have it, Kennedy Ohene Japan arriving at the party headquarters to that, loud applause from the many party faithful who are here. Not too long ago, Obrenje Ejapon was here himself. We see in your shot also the former Minister of Finance, Dr. Amin Hunter, being welcomed by party supporters. Any moment from now, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia should be touching down at the party headquarters. He is a victor in this whole process. He will be speaking to the rank and file of the NPP, for that matter, Ghana. A victory speech he will be delivering any moment from now. But before that, the Electoral Commission would have to declare the results as they collated.
Teamwork put together by the Presidential Elections Committee led by Honorable Joe Osei. Indeed, we have two important committees for this fruitful exercise. The 13th committee headed by Dr. Amin and the Presidential Elections Committee. Again with delight, all 5 presidential aspirants pleasantly declared their satisfaction with the conduct and the operations of the presidential elections. Again, let me say we are grateful to the Almighty God. We are grateful to the party rank and file. We are grateful to the party leadership, right from the national leadership, regional leadership, constituency leadership, polling station, and our external affairs or our external branches. In some few minutes,
They are not getting the sound well. They are not getting the sound well. Okay, so we'll disconnect.
Dr. Charles Salam Mustafa, the national youth leader. You are here. Alhaj Aziz Futa. You are also here. We are grateful to all directors, deputy officers, and the staff at the headquarters. I see the former leader, Honorable Osei Chairman Sabonsu. I see the former running mate, the former MP for Mensha South, former Energy Minister, Education Minister, Honorable Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Honorable Natoshi, acknowledge your presence. Honorable Boachi Ejako, acknowledge your presence. The former chairman, Honorable Freddie Wasmer-Uble, acknowledge your presence. Let me also say that Honorable Kennedy Akompreku Ejapon is accompanied by his wife, Madame Christy Ejapon. Honorable Henry Korte, acknowledge your presence. Former National Youth Organizer, former Deputy Communications Director, former General Secretary, former National Organizer, Mr. John Boadu, you are welcome. The General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party is making his way to the sitting podium. The leader and chairman, National Council of Elders, Dr. Hackman Owusu Ajeman. Thank you, the acting national chairman and the general secretary, for spearheading this free, fair, transparent elections. Let me also acknowledge the presence of Honorable Dr. Brian Echampong. Dr. Brian Echampong is also here. The MP for Impraeso is part of him. Davis Opoku Ansa, Honorable. Former National Youth Organizer, former National Organizer, currently MP for Akuapem North, Honorable Lawyer Sami Awuku, acknowledge your presence. Former MP for Laura, former National Youth Organizer, Honorable Anthony Abeyi Fakabo, acknowledge your presence. Let me also welcome the leader of the mighty minority, the MP for Efutu, Osahin Alexander Afenyo Markin is also here. MP for Trobu, Honorable Gloria Owusu, acknowledge your presence. Former MP for Ablekumanov, Honorable Akuya Efriye, acknowledge your presence. MP for Yagaba Kubori, former Minister, Youth and Sports. You are welcome to the headquarters. Former MP Suhum, former campaign manager, Honorable Opari Ansa, you are welcome to the headquarters. The Electoral Commission will join us very soon. Let me also acknowledge our external branches, the executives from our external branches, those who were able to come down to be part of this exercise. I see so many of them from the US, from Germany, from UK, from Canada, from Holland, from Belgium, Italy, France. You are all welcome. From Nigeria, from Cote d'Ivoire, I see all of you. Let me also acknowledge our team from the TESCON fraternity, the TESCON presidents and your executives. You are welcome. Greater Accra Chairman Divine Agohum, you are welcome to the headquarters. In some few minutes, we will welcome His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, the former President, will also join us very soon. Car number EX 515124. Please, you have blocked the access route. Kindly move your car. You have blocked the access route. Kindly move your car from there. Kindly move your car from there. I can also confirm that we have the Electoral Commission here at the headquarters. The Electoral Commission will in no time declare the official results from the 2026 presidential primaries. We have had a very, very smooth journey from the day nominations were open to the day we close nomination, followed by vetting. And today is the D-Day. This will be the first time in the history of the party where the presidential candidate will have almost 3 years to rally the entire party behind him, to reconcile the party, to wage an effective campaign, to win elections 2028. The fruit of today's exercise will be victory 2028. Let me repeat that the fruits of today's exercise will be victory 2028. All regional executives present, you are welcome. All constituency executives here, you are welcome. Polling station executives, you are welcome to the headquarters of the New Patriotic Party. Of course, electoral area coordinators, members of the National Council of Elders, I acknowledge your presence, led by Dr. Hakman Owusu-Agyemang. I acknowledge your presence. Honorable Kojo Ensafwa, I acknowledge your presence. Dr. Insian Asare, I acknowledge your presence. Former Ambassador China, His Excellency Edward Boateng, I acknowledge your presence here. Let me again announce the presence of Engineer Kwabena Eje Ejapon, Dr. Brian Echampon, Honorable Kennedy Akompreko Ejapon, His Excellency the former President will join us shortly. His Excellency the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaj Mahmoud Bawumia, will join us soon. I am told that Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia is very close to the headquarters. We shall soon welcome him to the headquarters. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the leadership of the mighty minority led by the Honorable Osahene Alexander Afenyomakin, Honorable Frank Ano Dompre. I acknowledge your presence. I've seen you. MP for Tolon, Honorable Habib Idrisu, Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Patricia Apieje, Deputy Whip, Honorable Jerry Ahmed. I acknowledge your presence. This is victory for the New Patriotic Party. Once again, let me acknowledge and also let me say that the Electoral Commission is here at the headquarters. They are ready with the official results. They are ready to declare the results for the 2026 parliamentary presidential primaries. I beg your pardon. Car number GN 361817. A Toyota Land Cruiser Prado. Please, with immediate effect, move your car from where you have parked. And also a Range Rover. And also a Range Rover 5151-24. Please move your car from there. Please, a Range Rover 515124. Please move your car from where you have parked. Please, the media positioned within the walkway, you are kindly advised to move away from there, please. The media currently occupying the walkway, please, that is not a designated area for you. Those around the sound console, we are told that your presence there is giving us a bad feedback. Those around the sound console. Former Minister Information, former Minister Housing, MP of Fuansi Ayirebi, Honorable Kwajo Opon Nkrumah, I acknowledge your presence. Please, our men in uniform, let me acknowledge your presence and let me say that you have exhibited a delightful professionalism. You have executed your mandate very well today. IGP Yohunu and your men, we are grateful. Please, our men in uniform, kindly make sure that all media men position within the walkway are moved away from there. We have a special place for them. Our able men in uniform, thank you very much. Acting Chairman Danko Smith Bute, General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, and your entire team, the party is grateful for superintending over a peaceful elections, credible elections, transparent process, very peaceful exercise. Thank you very much, Chairman Bute. Thank you very much, everybody's General Secretary, Justin Frimpong Kodia, JFK. Former Attorney General Godfred Yabua Dame, we acknowledge your presence here at the party's headquarters. Let me also acknowledge all MPs who are here today. All MPs who are here today. Former Minister Interior, former Greater Accra Minister, Honorable Henry Korte. I acknowledge your presence. Former CEOs, thank you very much for being part of this historic occasion. Former CEOs, former MMDCEs, our honorables, thank you very much for being part of this historic moment. Party faithfuls here, present at the headquarters, please kindly cooperate with our able men in uniform. With our able men in uniform. We are the New Patriotic Party. Our winning symbol. The elephant is our winning symbol. Ghana. We shall win to serve Ghana. Tayen. Where's Tayen? Yes, okay. We are the new patriotic party. The elephant is our winning symbol. We shall win 2028 to serve Ghana. Berima Sydney, if you are here, get ready, you will do the party's anthem. Berima Sydney, if you are here, get ready, you will perform the party's anthem. We are the new patriotic party. The former president of the republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is almost here. His Excellency the former president, His Excellency the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is here. The former chief of staff, our own mother, Mami Frema Opari Osa, is also here. The former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, you are welcome to the party headquarters. The former president, in pleasant exchanges with the aspirants, with the General Secretary now, Acting Chairman, Chairman National Council of Elders, the Minority Leader Osahina Fanyomakin, Chairman Osman Masaudu, Dr. China. Your Excellency, you are welcome to the headquarters of the New Patriotic Party. Yeni nyame na ma yensro he. Yedi ye ho to ne so. Today is a beautiful day. Our men in uniform, please. We have so much movement in front of our dignitaries. Please kindly move everybody to the back of the stage. Our men in uniform, Commander Atluk and your men. A lot of movement in front of the party leadership. Kindly move them from there. Our men in uniform, please, with no exception, kindly move all people. There are a lot of movement in front of the dais. Please help us. Move everybody to the back of the stage. Clear the frontage of the dais, please. Results from all the over 300 polling centers have been collated. Results from all 16 regions have been collated. The Electoral Commission is here at the headquarters to deliver to us the final results of the 2026 presidential elections. Please, there are so many people occupying seats not meant for them. I can see some of our MPs without seats. Our protocol team, please, anybody who is occupying a space that is not designated for that person, please. His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Muhammad with us.
Yes.
Is here with us. Yes. Go. Mike. His Excellency the former Vice. Mike. His Excellency the former Vice President. Yes. Arriving now. Doctor is the flag bearer elect. His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the man of vision, the man who has used impeccable emotional intelligence, the man of ingenuity, man full of competence, man of a formidable experience. Party people, if you are here, wave your flags, wave your flag, wave your flag. The flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party elect. Man of humility, a unifier by our standards. The man who epitomizes incorruptibility. Man of ingenuity. A man with an impeccable track record. He, the most versatile, impeccable, yes, the flag bearer elect. Handkerchief, handkerchief, handkerchief. Hosanna! Yes! This is the day the Lord has made. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. All of us should rejoice and be glad in it. The first class vice president we've ever had. Man of integrity. Handkerchief. Of excellence. Our most prepared, most formidable, and the most winnable candidate going into 2028 election. Ladies and gentlemen, he arrives. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the unifier, who understand the thoughts of the party people. His Excellency, handkerchief, handkerchief, handkerchief. The former Vice President, yes, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Npp Adinkunim, the man of integrity. He is accompanied by man of honesty, his lovely wife, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Her Excellency, yes, Samira Bawumia. Man of vision, man of intellect, man of integrity, man of ingenuity, the digital man, the man who is going to usher us into victory 2028, the humble servant from the north, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. With an impeccable track record of leadership, true service. The man who has made this clear in the minds of Ghanaians that to lead is to serve. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a wave. Let's give him a wave. Pejaunsa, 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 Pejaunsa. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And the beautiful Hajia Samira Bawumia. Honorable in Team Fojo. Pejaunsa, Pejaunsa, Pejaunsa. Please make your way here before the opening prayer. Party anthem. Sydney, if you are here, please come here. Hosanna. Yes, we are Kunim, MPP Adin Kunim. This is very beautiful. This is the spirit of the Elephant Party. We are the new patriotic party. The elephant is our winning symbol. And indeed, we shall win 2028 elections to serve Ghana. Honorable Etim Fojo, opening prayer.
Shall we please have some silence? As we pray, shall we please have silence? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, shall we all humbly rise in silence as we take the prayer, please? Shall we all humbly rise in silence with the greatest of reverence to God Almighty as we pray? Thank you very much. Almighty Father, we thank you and we bless you for this day. We thank you for this is a great day that you have made for the new patriotic party. We thank you for a free, fair, transparent presidential primaries held. We thank you, O God, for your grace bestowed upon us. You, by your grace, protected every delegate, over 200,000, from their homes to the polling station and back home safely. Father, we thank you because your word declares in Proverbs 21:31 that horses and chariots are prepared for the day of battle, but victory is of the Lord. Indeed, O God, today we celebrate this victory because it is your victory. We thank you for the victory of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, which is a victory for every aspirant, an ultimate victory for the new patriotic party. We thank you, O God, that as we pray for the declaration of victory ceremony today, that your hand shall be lifted for us, O God, that today shall set the tone for the ultimate declaration of victory for the new patriotic party and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the flag bearer, as the President of the Republic come January 7, 2029. We pray, O God, that your hand shall be lifted for the new patriotic party, that you shall unite us with a bond that cannot be disintegrated, that you shall lift us from grace to grace, strength to strength, O God, in splendor, that we shall be the preferred party to lead your people. We thank you and we bless you for tonight. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Etim Fojo Yedase. Party anthem. Sydney, where are you? DJ.
Yeah. Handkerchiefs. Are you ready?
Let's all run.
Oh, patriotic. We are the new. Oh, patriotic. The elephant is a winning symbol. We shall win. We shall win. Come on. The elephant is a winning symbol. We shall win. Come on, to save Ghana. We shall win. To save Ghana. We shall win. To save Ghana. The elephant is a winning symbol. We shall win. We shall win to save Ghana. Oh, the elephant is a winning symbol. We shall win. Come on.
We shall win.
Ghana.
To serve Ghana.
Here we go. Joe Boy. Joe Boy. Joe Boy.
Hey.
Are you ready? Kukrudu. Can I see you wave your flags like that? Wave it. Wave it. Wave it. There we go.
Hey,
Oh, she. We don't stop. Oh, she. She. Oh, she. Yeah. We don't. She rado. Handkerchiefs. She. Yeah. She. She. Yeah. She rado. Yadama say, God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sydney. Indeed, we are the new patriotic party. The elephant is our winning symbol. We shall win 2028 elections to serve Ghana. Let me welcome the acting national chairman to welcome all of us here to the headquarters. Chairman Dankwa Smith Bute.
Your Excellency Nana Adodankwa Ekufuado, my aspirants, General Secretary, Minority Leader Afano Makin, Dr. Hakman Osu Ajaman, my Council of Elders Chairman, Chairman of the Election Committee and members, police, media men, regional officers present here, MPs and former MPs present, constituency members present, police station members present. I welcome all of you to this very important ceremony. And Nigeda Emma NPP. Abatwa yekotu ye met me a catch them say from 1992 to date, this is the best election that we have ever had. The election is free, fair. And I can assure you, from today, we don't have Team Kwabre Japan, we don't have Team Baumia, we don't have Team Kennedy, we don't have Team Brian Echampon, and we don't have Team Educhum. We have Team MPP. And delegates Akasa, Omakasano, Ubia Nianobio. If you say MPP, you're some party, you're so many parts. Mema Ubia Ten who wants to say, send ya elections no ye peace no. You started peace no every and there. And I can assure you that this party will be united better than before. Miss Ramo, Mama Yamfa Kruya, and there, Nakupon Aya Domina Bay, yes, so ye. Ye ni Obia and Neko apart from NDC. Power na about 2029 no examine me no so one more hano obia contestants obia ni wa walisu obia ni wonso wa wini e MPP na lusu MPP na wini ato subio minua baomia me maniti nkwa Na me pese o ti ase se me name regional officers, national officers, constituency officers, police station officers. Ye be ye adwumaden ama 2028 ye wini no obeye president. Ni emi hia ne se ye be ye baako. Me mamu nyina akwa aba, nyame hira mo se mo bae, nyame hira mo.
Thank you, Chairman Dankwa Smith Bute. Now, the Presidential Elections Committee, headed by the respected Honorable Joe Sewusu, Mr. Kwabena Abankwa Yabua, Mr. William Yamwa, Madam Rita Talata Asobairi, Her Excellency Barbara Benisa, Honorable Isaac Yaubua Manyako, Mr. Ampofu Edusai, Madam Efua Jejewa, Mr. Evans Nimakon, Haruna Mohammed, Mr. Kwajo Afare, and thank you very much for your work. Now we welcome the chairman for the Presidential Elections Committee.
Your Excellency, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former President of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you. Acting National Chairman and the Acting National Chairman and the National Executive Committee, our newly elected presidential candidate and flag bearer, other presidential contestants, Honorable Minority Leader and Honorable Members of Parliament present, members of the National Council, members of the Council of Patrons, trustees, distinguished party faithfuls, fellow Kukrudites. You're all warmly welcome. You're all warmly welcome. Today, we mark the successful conclusion of an exciting and defining journey. One undertaken in our collective quest to elect a flag bearer for our great party ahead of the 2028 general elections. On behalf of the Presidential Election Committee, I extend my warmest congratulations to all distinguished contestants, each one of whom campaigned vigorously with courage, commendable discipline, and truly acquitting themselves as formidable gladiators in the democratic arena. Allow me to recognize the unique contributions of each contestant as we bring this historic process to a close. NPP will always remember your respective contributions to the party. I'm referring to Honorable Kenohine Japon, Honorable Brian Echampong, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Dr. Yao Osea Duchum, and Engineer Kwabena Eje Japon. It is important to emphasize that in this process, there's neither a victor nor a vanquished. The ultimate winner is a new patriotic party. Nonetheless, history teaches us that in every contest, a special responsibility rests on the shoulders of the winner. To this end, we call on His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Baumia not to only celebrate success, but to demonstrate benevolence, embrace all compatriots in the contest, and rally the entire party for the greater battle ahead in the 2028 general elections. The delegates believe that you can do this. The collective resolve and unity of purpose is the surest pathway to achieving our shared ambition to make Ghana great and strong. The committee is deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve our great party. We thank all presidential contestants for their cooperation and maturity throughout the process. Going forward, we recommend the party to continue to consolidate the rules and innovation introduced by Professor Michael Quay during the 2023 presidential primaries, including the Intra-Party Advisory Committee, into a single comprehensive operational guideline. This should continue to serve as a reference framework for all future electoral processes and further strengthen our internal democracy within the party and by extension to the nation. We express our profound appreciation to the Inspector General of Police and the police administration and all officers deployed for their professionalism and dedication which ensured a peaceful and incident-free process nationwide. Our deepest gratitude also goes to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and her team for their invaluable contribution, technical support, and the successful conduct of this important national political exercise. Above all, we give thanks to the Almighty God for His grace, including the favorable weather conditions experienced across the country. Long live the New Patriotic Party. Long live the Republic of Ghana. Indeed, we are the New Patriotic Party. The elephant remains our enduring and winning symbol of victory. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Joe Osewusu and your team, for a good work, well executed. Now we will call on the Electoral Commission to give us the final results from the 2026 presidential primaries. The Electoral Commission, you are welcome to the headquarters of the New Patriotic Party.
Yeah. Thank you very much, organizer of New Patriotic Party. The New Patriotic Party gave Electoral Commission mandate to supervise the presidential primaries for them. I must say that we must give thanks to the Almighty God for taking us through this exercise. On behalf of the Electoral Commission of Ghana, headed by Mrs. J. Mensah, we are hereby declare the results for the New Patriotic Party presidential primaries. I must give thanks to the Ghana Police Service for giving adequate security to ensure transparent, free, and fair elections. The team here with me, on behalf of the Electoral Commission, to declare these results are, on my right, is Mr. Asante Kisi, Deputy Director, Electoral Services. On my left is Mr. Frederick Tete, Deputy Director, Research and Monitoring. And my name is Samuel Dotokwa, Deputy Director, Electoral Services. 5 people contested the presidential primaries. These are Ken Ohene Japan, Brian Echampon, Mohamed Baumia,
Yao Osei Educhum and Kwabena Ejay Ejapon. 196,462 votes were cast. Out of these votes, 561 were ballots rejected. And here are the results obtained by each of these candidates that I mentioned. Ken Ohinia Japan obtained 46,554, representing 23.76%. Brian Echampon obtained 36,303, representing 18.53%. Mahamadou Baumia obtained 110,643, representing 56.48%. Yao Osei Educhum obtained 1,999, representing 1.02%. Kwabena Ejay Ejapon had 402 votes, representing 0.21%. The New Patriotic Party constitution indicates that for a candidate to be elected presidential candidate, that person must obtain more than 50% of the valid votes cast. On the basis of this result, Dr. Mahamadou Baumia obtained 56.48%. Therefore, Dr. Mahamadou Baumia has been duly elected presidential candidate for New Patriotic Party for 2028 elections.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We now welcome the acting chairman of the party to hand over the flag. We will also welcome the newly elected presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, His Excellency, Dr. Mahamadou Baumia. With him, he is accompanied by the wife. This is a special occasion. This is a special event. The national chairman will hand over the flag to our newly elected presidential candidate, Dr. Mahamadou Baumia. Let's welcome the newly elected presidential candidate. The flag is handed over to the next president of the Republic, 2029 and beyond. His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Mahamadou Baumia. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The next President of the Republic. Akumpreku, Japan. In the spirit of unity, let's welcome Honorable Dr. Brian Achampong. Let's welcome Honorable Engineer Pabnaja Japan, and also Honorable Dr. Yawajuchum to the podium, please. All of you, please. Oh, woman, son. Let's welcome Honorable Kennedy Akumpreku Japan, Dr. Brian Achampong. In the spirit of unity, this is the new patriotic party. The elephant is the winning symbol. In order, on the ballot paper, our gallant men here will give brief remarks. And kabom sunkwa yenya nene efe. Enti empani fo hai ebeka bibi kakra bi. Edi akire party men nyina e won kabom sunkwa aba. And then Omo Tai eye the newly presidential candidate echi. Honorable Kennedy Akumpreku Japan.
Hukrudu. The former president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the flag bearer elect Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, all the aspirants present, party chairman, general secretary, minority leader, chairman of the Council of Elders, and Npp party. I stand before you to pledge my support, also to accept the results declared by EC. The delegates have spoken, and I want to plead with my supporters that they should stay calm and respect the results and help all of us to work together to win 2029 or 2028 election. I want to advise my supporters. First, I want to thank you, but I advise that in election, you can win and you can lose. So if you lose, you have to accept it in good faith. So let's all of us throw our support to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the flag bearer. And all I say is, MPP, we need unity in the party. But unity comes with respect. We have to respect each other's views. That is all I want to say tonight. So congratulations to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and MPP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kennedy Akumpreku Japan. We will now invite Honorable Dr. Brian Achampong.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, the former President of the Republic, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, the National Chairman of the party, respected patriots, I congratulate my senior brother and patriot, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, on his victory and wish him every success as he leads our party forward. I called him earlier this evening to let him know he has my full support. Most importantly, I thank God for his grace, guidance, and protection throughout this journey. I am deeply grateful for how far he has brought us. The past 4 months has been very heavy, but incredibly rewarding to all of us, especially the MPP. Whilst tonight's outcome is not what I had hoped for, I accept the results with humility, and my resolve remains strong. My heartfelt thanks goes to Ghanaians who opens their doors and hearts to us, to every delegate who believed in this vision and walked the journey with me, to my campaign team, my coordinators, communicators, and thousands of volunteers who gave their time, energy, and belief. I am equally grateful to my family for their patience and prayers, and to the former President, His Excellency John Ejekum Kufuor, and His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo for their wisdom and guidance. To my fellow aspirants for a spirited contest, and to the Presidential Elections Committee for overseeing a professional process. Now more than ever, the MPP must stand united as one family. Our collective responsibility is to rebuild trust with Ghanaians, strengthen our structures, and prepare decisively for victory in 2028. Unity, discipline, and purpose must guide our next steps. I remain fully committed, say Kutu, to the ideas and ideals of our party and to the service of Ghana. God bless the new patriotic party, God bless our democracy, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Brian Achampong. We shall now receive some brief remarks from Honorable Yao Edichum.
Your Excellency, the former President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Excellency, the former Vice President and flag bearer-elect, Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia, Party Executive General Secretary and Chairman of the Council of Elders, we have Minority Leader, and all other executives of our party. I'm incredibly honored to be on this platform with my fellow contestants. It has been a fierce battle. This is where we are. We have, fortunately, have a leader emerged. This evening I called my brother Mahamudu Bawumia, and I congratulated him for the sweet victory that he has secured. And I believe that the elephant will come back on track. We will be out of the woods. We are going to secure victory in 2028. That means we have to all come together, and together, forging unity, we will bring back the great elephant party where it ought to be, in government and as a minority in parliament. I believe that the better days of our party is ahead of us and not behind us. We will definitely secure victory, but it calls for unity. and I believe that unity will come. I want to take this opportunity to thank my family. I want to take this opportunity to thank the good people of Bosomtwe constituency. And also, I want to thank all the party faithfuls who welcomed me to their constituencies throughout this period of time. I want to thank them. And I want to say I accept the fact that I did not win. But I know somebody has won. I'll wholeheartedly support the winner so that this party will secure victory come December 7, 2028 and move into government in 2029. Thank you all for your support. May God richly bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yawaduchum. And finally, Engineer Kwabena Ejay Ejapong.
Your Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency, the former Vice President, and the flag bearer of our party, my brother, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, our chairman of our party, our general secretary, the chairman of Council of Elders, all other protocols observed. I'm really thrilled to be here this evening to share this very somber moment with all of us. I identify with all the sentiments expressed by my fellow aspirants. I also want to add that we have a wonderful opportunity to restore the values that animated the formation of this solid party, the NPP. We can be proud of our forebears, that our tradition is a tradition that is responsible for the sustenance of democracy in our country. And together, we will unite, and I trust that we'll work hard, as we've always done in the past. Right from the polling stations up to the top, let's work together with a passion and a purpose for the people of Ghana. I am confident that we will earn the trust of Ghanaians. We will earn the confidence of Ghanaians. And in 2028, the elephant will be back. Congratulations to all of you for a
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Engineer Kwabena Ejay Ejapong. Thank you very much. Honorable Kennedy Akompre Ejapong, you can now take your seat. Honorable Dr. Brian Champon, thank you. Honorable Yao Adichum, thank you. Engineer Kwabena Ejay Ejapong. We will now Kukudu. Let's welcome the former President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Let's welcome
the acting chairman of our great party,
the flag bearer and 2028 presidential candidate of the NPP, Minority Leader of Parliament, the former Chief of Staff, the Chairperson and members of the Presidential Election Committee, distinguished former flag bearer aspirants, Chairman of the Council of Elders, fellow patriots, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. Fellow patriots, tonight is a night of renewal. First, let me congratulate Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia on a decisive victory. To the over 200,000 delegates who turned out in strength and unity, you have spoken clearly. You have spared us the uncertainty of a runoff and given our party, the New Patriotic Party, a head start to victory in 2028. Your verdict is unmistakable. You have affirmed that the 8 years in which Dr. Bawumia served as Vice President laid a strong foundation for our future contest. And you affirm that he's the leader with vision, experience, and competence to return the New Patriotic Party to government and Ghana to greater heights. But victory tonight is only the beginning. The task before us is to turn this momentum into a movement. We must bring everyone together, every region, every constituency, every volunteer, every supporter into a single unstoppable team. The breakdown of the results of the election dictate this necessity. We now have the longest runway in our party's history to prepare for a general election. Let us use it well. This year is for healing wounds, reorganizing our structures, and strengthening our parliamentary frontline, especially if we choose to elect parliamentary candidates in constituencies we do not have MPs. Every week must count. Every constituency must be involved. Every organizer must be empowered. And every communicator must speak with confidence. With the flag bearer chosen, let us end the era of faction. From constituency to region to national office, our purpose is singular. Elect officers who will serve the party's interests, support our candidate, and help secure victory in 2028. Nothing more, nothing less. To our presidential candidate, lead with a big heart, lead with decisiveness, lead with clarity of purpose, lead with all of us behind you. Stretch out your hand to all who stood in this race. And to those who did not prevail, stand tall in loyalty. In our tradition, true loyalty is proven, not in victory, but how we respond to defeat. I am confident that each one of you will honor the proud NPP heritage, where after contest, we close ranks and march together. 18 years ago, I chose Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia as my running mate. We stood side by side through 4 elections. I know his mind, his character, his love for Ghana, and his appetite for hard work. He is loyal to party and country. With the full support of our rank and file and the continued generosity of our supporters, I know that he will lead us back to victory. The recovery of the economy that was charted before we left office is becoming visible and felt. Those necessary policies to stabilize and reposition our economy are bearing fruit. That is our message, rooted in achievement, guided by responsibility, articulated by a party united with one voice, and animated by a bold vision for the future. I know that with Dr. Bawumia, we will present a clear, credible plan to grow the economy, back enterprise, create jobs, protect the vulnerable, and unleash the ingenuity of our young people. The NPP has done it before. Under Dr. Bawumia, we will do it again and do it better. My commitment tonight is simple. I'll devote my energy to supporting efforts to unite our party, re-energizing our base, and earning anew the trust of the Ghanaian people. Let us go to every community with humility and confidence. Let us listen, organize, and work. So, let us rise together. Let us believe again in the MPP's mission. Free the energies of our people. Reward hard work. Uphold the rule of law. And build a Ghana where every child can dream and every citizen can develop. With unity as our strength and service as our compass, we shall prevail again. Congratulations, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, and your beautiful wife, Hajia Samir. The journey to 228, the journey to 2028 begins tonight. And with God's grace, the NPP will move forward stronger, together, and more hopeful than ever. Thank you. And may God bless our party and our nation.
Thank you very much. Our former president. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, we are grateful. We are grateful. The General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party is ready to perform a special task. I will now welcome the General Secretary, our General Secretary, your General Secretary, everybody's General Secretary, Justin Kodia Frimpong, JFK.
Thank you. Our acting chairman, colleague National Office of NEC present, members of National Council present, Your Excellency, the former President of Ghana, Your Excellency, the former Vice President and the wife, our former presidential aspirants, leader in Parliament, minority group, ladies and gentlemen, today is a very important day for the New Patriotic Party. We have, as a party, demonstrated our tenacity to democracy and rule of law. But let us be mindful that this evening we have not won in an election. For this evening, we have elected a flag bearer. The bigger task is for the election 2028. For all of us gathered here, from today onwards, we don't have camp of Dr. Baumia and camp of other people. From today onwards, we have only one camp, which is the New Patriotic Camp. I take this opportunity on behalf of the party to express our utmost gratitude to the Presidential Elections Committee for a good job done. We also take the opportunity to thank the Electoral Commission and the Ghana Police Service for the professional work that they exhibited today. Again, we take this opportunity to thank our rank and file on the way and manner in which they comported and conducted themselves for us to have a successful presidential primaries. As a party, I recall when we took the decision to hold the presidential elections first. Many of you did not understand us. But today, the party has been vindicated for taking that bold decision to hold the presidential election early. At least, for now, we know we have over 2 years, 11 months to campaign. We know we have enough time to close our ranks. And knowing the caliber of His Excellency Dr. Baumia, his doors is always open for all of us. To my colleagues, my friends who supported different aspirants, the party has a role for all of us. And I want to assure you, the way and manner in which you show energy to campaign and to communicate for your candidates, this is the time to also to show the same energy and communicate for the party. And I can assure all of you that the leadership of our party will continue to be free, fair, and transparent in our dealings. There are several activities that are going to go on. There's going to be elections of party officers. And I can assure you, His Excellency Dr. Baumia will continue to remain fair and neutral and make sure that we elect leaders who will man our offices. I have a simple task this evening. And that task is to present and introduce to you the 2028 presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party. The man who is going to secure us victory in 2028 elections. The man who is tried and tested. The compassionate Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Baumia. With a resounding applause and noise, let us welcome our presidential candidate, His Excellency, Dr. Muhammadu Baumia. Alhaji Muhammadu Baumia.
Our presidential candidate, our next president.
Your Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Acting Chairman of the party, the General Secretary, distinguished members of the Council of Elders, honorable members of Parliament, our minority leader, our hard-working national, regional, and constituency executives, electoral area coordinators, polling station executives, former flag bearer aspirants, fellow Kukrodites, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by thanking God Almighty for making this day possible. I also want to thank all the tens of thousands of delegates who voted in today's election. Officials of the EC, security agencies, the Presidential Election Committee, the media, and the generality of the Ghanaian people. Your vote, your work, your coverage, and your general following have all contributed to getting us thus far. It is with a deep sense of pride and humility that I address you this evening, following what has turned out to be a blistering battle for the flag bearership of the new patriotic party. To secure anything precious in this life, we must be prepared to fight the hard battles, prepared to work hard, and be prepared to withstand difficult circumstances. I am glad that you and I have successfully fought the hard battles, worked hard, and withstood the difficulties that came our way. And tonight, victory is for all of us. I am grateful. The MPP is grateful to you all, and Ghana is grateful. I need to reiterate from the outset, our tradition has an enviable history of selecting leaders largely based on the mood of the party. At any point in time, our party unites around an individual, usually the best bet for national elections and governance. This individual usually emerges meritoriously on account of loyalty and contributions to party growth. It is our members' way of rewarding loyalty, vision, competence, and sacrifice. Our members have done this meticulously and repeatedly. As democratic space setters, we need to respect the wisdom and the decisions of our members represented by the delegates. It matters not which side you supported. Winners and those who didn't win at this particular time, we are in this together. All true and committed members of the great MPP need to embrace this civilized and time-tested way of selecting flag bearers. Political parties are assemblies of like-minded people. Whilst we may believe that our ideas are the best, we should be prepared to accept that there might be other ideas that may serve the larger interests of the party. As it is often said, after competition comes cooperation, and our expectation that all party members will apply themselves to this principle. It cannot be the case that one's support for the party is maintained only when those we support lead. I want to stand on this energy to make a passionate appeal to all members of the great MPP to let go of whatever reservations they have and come together. We need every idea, every voice, and every piece of advice to help us preserve and project a proud tradition bequeathed to us by our forebears. Let it not be said anywhere on any day that the party of B.J. Darochi, Peter Alagete, Odoy Sykes, J. Kufuor, Professor Mike Okwe, C.K. Tedham, J.H. Mensah, Aliu Mahama, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, among other great patriots, could not handle disagreements as natural ways of stating alternative positions. I have the duty to the delegates who stood by me and to the delegates who found worthy ideas in my brothers who contested me. My election today communicates a broad-based appeal across the party, and I need to draw directly on that capital to unite the party as one of the crucial steps to winning power in 2028. I call on all to join in this bounden duty. After all, as the Akans say, prayer se uyi bako ana ebu ukaboma emu. United we stand, and divided we fall. As we embark on this crucial journey to rebuild our brand and reposition our party for electoral glory, let me remind you, dear party members, that whatever we have gone through during the past few months is not new in the politics of Ghana. We have been through this on a number of occasions, and on each of them, we have shown we have even emerged. We have shown that we have the resilience and fortitude to overcome and even emerge stronger, and herein lies the opportunity. Fellow Kukradites, the data shows that anytime the MPP is solidly behind the chosen flag bearer, the Ghanaian voter returns the favor by voting massively for our usually superior and life-changing policies and programs. We cannot therefore fail ourselves or Ghanaians. On this crucial point, I will undertake targeted engagements to revitalize our party, speaking with all members. This includes visits to some of our respected elders who for various reasons feel aggrieved. Every voice matters. Every opinion is worth considering, and every suggestion is vital to building a formidable strategy. To the youth of our party, the outcome of this contest rightly belongs to you. We will not be at the helm of affairs forever. The future of our party rests on your energy, dedication, and desire to see a vibrant political vehicle. Anytime the youth groups in the party rise, the great elephant soars. To the millions of our supporters and sympathizers nationwide, I know some of you refrained from voting in the last election because you were unhappy with several issues. We have started the process of reform. I assure you, Mahamudu Bawumia as flag bearer will do everything to ensure that the MPP listens more to you, is more mindful of your views, and is more reflective of your desires. We have a duty to bequeath a vibrant party to you, as was done to us. I am going to immediately work with the relevant recognized party structures to roll out a series of engagement sessions with various youth groups, both formal and informal, across the length and breadth of the country, to enable the development of a formidable youth platform that will be resourced for the task ahead. One of the most important things I'm interested in is discipline within our ranks. An army that lacks discipline will struggle to win its battles. The MPP needs to step up discipline internally, discipline in our operations, discipline in our communications, and discipline in the conduct of our members. The days when it is said of us, when it was said of us, that some displayed untoward behavior to the Ghanaian people should be a thing of the past. I will work closely with the national leadership to ensure that discipline is restored as the hallmark of the MPP. Let us celebrate in moderation. We must avoid actions that are more likely to compound tensions than to forge unity. As far as I am concerned, everybody has won. I urge all patriots to reach out to one another, place phone calls, and send WhatsApp and text messages to make personal visits. We have what it takes to reorganize and achieve a resounding victory in 2028. Let me extend heartfelt thanks to my campaign teams and volunteers at every level for staying focused throughout this period. I would also like to express my appreciation to the security agencies and all media houses. In particular, I want to express my heartfelt thanks to my beautiful wife, Samira. She has been a solid pillar to me in this campaign. Tonight, I pay tribute to my predecessors, Professor Albert Edubwahi, John Ajekum Kufuor, and Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. I say thank you to every contestant for participating in this race and for giving delegates an opportunity to make an informed choice. I say a special thank you to the members of Parliament who championed my bid, both in Parliament and in their various constituencies. I will never forget what you have done for me, and I will never forget you. Thank you to all the polling station executives, electoral area coordinators, constituency executives, regional executives, former members of Parliament, former party executives, all former MMDCs and government appointees, to our religious leaders and clergy across the country. Thank you. To my youth campaign team and the teeming young people across the country who championed this campaign from day one in the various communities, campuses, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, I say thank you. You remain my allies on this journey. Together, we will get this done. We still have a way to go, but the youth have proven that given the opportunity, they can conquer the world, and I believe in you. The polls have ended, but our push for a stronger MPP has just begun. With Almighty God, we shall succeed. The journey to victory 2028 has just begun. We are in this together. We shall work together, and we will win together. We shall work together, and we will win together. God bless you. God bless the New Patriotic Party, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, we are Dinkunim. Yes, we are Dinkunim. We are grateful to all our members, in no particular order. All our aspirants, we are grateful. National executives, we are grateful. His Excellency, the former president, we are extremely grateful for your presence. Alhaj Aziz Futa, closing prayer. Closing prayer.
Ya Allah, we thank you for this day. A very difficult election that you have taken us through. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina surat al-mustaqim. Surat al-lazina alamtana alayhim. غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. We are grateful for your presence. Nyami endi mwani mumfamu nkofie. Ene nkunim die ya party nkunim die. The next president of the republic, His Excellency Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. Nyami shao no ndi wanim. The next first lady of the republic, Hajia Samira Bawumia. We are grateful. Acting National Chairman, Chairman Bute, we are grateful. General Secretary, JFK, we are grateful. Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe, we are grateful. And to our strong leadership in Parliament, the mighty minority, Osahini Alexander Kwamina Afenyo Makin, and your team, Honorable Patricia Apeje, Honorable Frank Anodompra, Honorable Alhaj Habib Idrisu, Honorable Jari Ahmed. Thank you very much. Former ministers, we are grateful. Former CEOs, we are grateful. Chairman, National Council of Elders, thank you very much. This is a refreshing moment for the New Patriotic Party. Very encouraging messages from our leaders. To all our aspirants, Honorable Kennedy Akumpra Japan, we are grateful. Dr. Brian Yao Echampo, thank you very much. Dr. Yao Edichum, thank you very much. Engineer Kwabeneje Ejapo, thank you. National officers, directors, deputy directors, regional officers here, thank you very much. Our hard-working members from the external branches, thank you very much. Indeed, this is one of the most peaceful, credible, free, fair, transparent elections. The MPP has spoken, and they have spoken loud and clear.
In his view, discipline in the MPP not too strong at the moment. And so together, himself and the party national executives moving forward is going to ensure that discipline is restored in the NPP. Very much confident of winning the 2028 elections. Dr. Bawumia not too long ago delivering that victory speech. But before that, we saw the four other candidates, Kennedy Ohine Japan, Dr. Brian Champon, Dr. Yao Educhum, and Kwabeneje Japan, openly conceding a defeat and also pledging their support to Dr. Baumia, even as the party prepares to move into the 2028 election. Also heard from the President, Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa delivered a speech calling for unity in the party, forging ahead to capture power in 2028. So here at the party headquarters, we still see party executives, party faithful, and for that matter, the many people who have played crucial roles in ensuring that this particular process became very successful. You see in a shot, Honorable Titus Glover, the former Greater Accra Regional Minister, leaving the place. Good evening to you, Honorable GTV. What do you make of that speech delivered by Dr. Baumia?
Fantastic. Straight to the point. Right from the morning. We are now focused, now that he has been elected, we need to build our party, look at the various structures, organize and prepare for action in 2020.
He's concerned about discipline in the party.
It's very, very essential. Without discipline, we cannot grow as a party.
All right,
we need to kill it.
All right, so that was Titus Glover, former Greater Accra Regional Minister. We are still here at the party headquarters. You see in your shots Honorable Kennedy Ejapong and his wife making their way out of the party headquarters. Many big shots in the NPP have been here supporting the whole process. See in your shots there many more of the party executives. Honorable Hakman Owusu-Agyemang making his way out. Let's quickly speak to Honorable Peter McMenu, a former chairman of the NPP. Most of them won out and would like to go back home and take their rest. So the process, the NPP journey to fight for power in the 2028 election has just begun. The call is for unity. The call is for the losing candidates, and for that matter, their supporters to rally behind Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and ensure victory for 2028. This has been our coverage of the 2026 MPP presidential primaries. We've been here since morning bringing you the latest and the updates from the party headquarters and from across the country, for that matter, bringing you all there is to know relative to this particular process. At this point, Doreen, I'll hand over to you in the studio. Let's do a wrap up and then go back to catch some rest.
Thank you so much, Maurice, for all that we've seen at the NPP headquarters at Asylum. Down back in the studio, we'll be wrapping up and picking the final thoughts of our guest in the studio. All is said and done from 7 a.m. this morning through the afternoon till now, till when we got to the NPP headquarters. The winner declared, as other aspirants conceding, pledging their support. We've heard from the candidate himself, the flag bearer now. We've heard from the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Now to my guest in the studio, I'll start from George. George, I mean, we've seen everything, we've gone through all the emotions. What are your final words?
Yeah, thank you. It's been a very hectic day for all of us. The delegates have decided and the flag bearer chosen. The other contestants have accepted their defeats and pledged their support for the flag bearer or the leader of the party. Hear from. What's important is that they've also urged their followers to come on board. And I'm happy the flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, has reiterated what I said earlier that Alan Chemartin said, after competition, there's cooperation. And that's what it should be. All of us should come back to the fold as one family and then support the flag bearer to achieve our primary objective as a political party, to win political power come 2028. That is what I'll say. Congratulations to the MPP. And we doff our hats for the security service, the Ghana Police Service, for a yeoman's job. Yeah.
Now, Senor, Dr. Bawumia spoke a lot about unity, discipline, holding targeted engagement to ensure that, I mean, all these factions and those from the other camps and all are brought on board. You agree with him? Your final words?
Well, thank you very much. Just as my senior brother said, I think that it's been a very hectic day. But all too soon, I think that I first of all want to commend the IGP and his men for a very good job done for today. We've had an incident-free day. And indeed, with regards to the speech delivered by His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, that has to do with peace, clarity, open heart. I think that is in the right place. One thing that he said that I think that matters very most is that every voice matters. And another key thing that I was personally looking out for was the fact that he made mention of the youth, that it is right, his victory rightly belongs to them. And I think that it is an opportunity for the youth to take hold on and believe in that indeed the victory of His Excellency is really theirs. And I think that I've earlier on made a statement on this platform that the youth of the party must actually see this as a renaissance and, you know, take hold of this victory and make good use of it. So I would want to say that indeed, one other thing that I was very happy has to do with the 4 other aspirants who actually, you know, made few comments in terms of their pledge towards, you know, Victory 2028. I am very happy that they've all done that. It's a good thing, and it actually communicates a lot. And you could see from their body posture that indeed they meant whatever they've said. So it's a win for not just Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, but it's a win for the entire MPP. It's a win for everybody that matters in this party. And I'm happy that he said he's going to do a series of engagement, both with the older folks and the youth. I'm looking forward to see what he'll be doing as far as the youth will be concerned, because for me, when it comes to issues of the youth, it is one core thing that is on my heart. So I look forward to having that engagement with him. And to this, I want to say very congratulations to the New Patriotic Party and to all of us. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Benson, from the diaspora, it's been a very hectic day for you. What would you say has been your major highlight as we conclude?
Well, thank you so much. I think we knew this day was going to be a long one, of course. And I think if we had taken the opportunity to fly over 5,000 miles away to be participant in this process, certainly we have achieved our objective. And I'm so glad, you know, to say that of all the great things that we have seen, you know, I won't, you know, literally separate any good out of the great things we have seen, but to embolden, you know, this whole process and emphasize, you know, what has really been the hallmark. And this outcome goes to portray that indeed we have come a long way. So, you know, Doreen, I would say we have done so much. In fact, the former president, His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, said, you know, something, took note of that. He asked, you know, the flag bearer-elect, you know, that he should lead with a big heart. And I think, you know, that is the climax of, you know, this conversation, you know, tonight. He has been there before. He has seen it all. And yet he believed that the man that really deputized, you know, him is the one that will certainly wear his big, you know, shoes. Therefore, he has that belief and affirmation in him. And I'm very proud, you know, to hear our former president, you know, speaking so highly of our, you know, flag bearer, you know, elect. And on that note, I would like, you know, to say that, of course, you know, this primary was, you know, again, it has been a structure. And out of it, you know, certainly has produced some maturity, you know. Yes, it's too early to really, you know, enjoy all the wins here. But I think we will soak whatever we have really attained here as, you know, a party. And to pat ourselves, you know, at the back to say we have come a long way. And we must, take this, into 2028. Therefore, strong parties, test, themselves before the nation tests them. And today, we have been tested as a party. And I look forward that through this, test as a party, we will again emerge as victors. Hopefully, our continuous effort as we move forward, should be done in an orderliness. Therefore, whatever may seem to be chaotic, we should have a clear understanding of, one another, work with, all parties, every single, individual that needs to be brought to this process here. We must remember to bring all of them so we can really champion, this. So I have my heart, for the party. And lastly, I was very critical about the Ghana police. And I ride on the shoulders of these two great, colleagues of mine to say they have done a yeoman's, job. In fact, I salute, the IGP because I put him to test that upon assumption in office, there has been 3 different, reruns or by-elections. Each of these by-elections, we've seen some level of chaos. And I was quite, concerned whether this outcome was going to be what we have seen. And he has proven that, indeed, it wasn't a fluke. He really had the men prepared for the job. And they have attained that. So, IGP and your men, kudos to you for the work you have done. I look forward that let this not just end here. As we move forward to subsequent election and for 2028, let's ensure what we have done today, we can replicate that so there won't be chaos but peace after we triumph as a nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I think there was one that has to do with the media houses. I think it's very good that we, congratulate or commend all the media houses for actually bringing this to the doorsteps of everyone who is watching us. And to your very good self and your team, congratulations to all of you for joining us to, yeah, you deserve that, yeah.
Thank you so much for that. We also, we are grateful that you recognize our efforts. Now, indeed, this has been a major test for the NPP. We've seen how it all panned out, very successful election. Everything was calm. Thank you to everyone who joined us via your homes, through your homes, via TV, online. We are grateful for all the support you've given us throughout the production today. Thank you to my guests, and I'm ending this production with Mr. Sonyo Amekplenu. He is a member of the NPP's communications team, also with Mr. George A.C., a member of NPP's communication team, and also Mr. Emmanuel Mensah, Deputy General Secretary, NPP USA. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us from afternoon to now. We are grateful. Now, this is where we end our production for today. Thank you so much. We'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Meet Kwame. He's not just any Kwame. He's Kwame the TV license legend. Kwame knows that by paying his TV license, he's supporting GBC, our public service broadcaster, and he's making a real difference. Kwame's contribution helps bring our communities closer together. Because of Kwame and others like him, we will all have access to amazing TV programs, educational content, plus broadcasting infrastructures are maintained, and our culture is beautifully promoted. So GB